Good day and good evening, and welcome to Holiday Special Tea Time with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Maybe it's not as special as it might sound, but this is specifically tea time. With the option to hang out and talk about Final Fantasy or not Final Fantasy. I have some things that we could talk about. I have grabbed some clips in case that's what we want to do, but instead of walking, we're hanging out here. In a little corner of Grania. Last year when I did this, I had like a little Christmassy, not little, actually big Christmassy hat on, but I remember that it hurt my ears terribly, so I don't think we're doing that. But yeah, that's basically the plan. With that said, hey Taldaba, hey Erdel, hey Zalf, hey Jake, hey Tina Lee, hey Yaharis, hey Grace, hey Saras, hey 11, it's been a while. Hey Castle, hey Casa Dragoon, hey Vince, hope you're all doing very well. And yeah, I guess it is the Hawk Manor corner. I don't really connect it with that, even though we have Sandal here. Because of Hawk Manor not being here, I guess. This NPC is pretty interesting because I believe if you talk with him, it's like he indicates that there's something that's supposed to be here. Let's see. The district beyond is home to distinguished Gridanians. Commoners may not enter. That includes you, adventurer. Do you know who I am? Go back whence you came or I'll be forced to remind you of your place. Do you know who I am? Tough guy guard, yeah, that sounds about right. See, Grace says, I dislike that every time I try to travel to Ravana, it tells me I have to manually connect to the data center again. Yeah, that one is a little annoying. If I remember correctly, it will do that either after you've done it a certain number of times, or after you have not done it for a certain amount of time. Like, it's really, really weird. I'm not entirely sure why it is like that, but I think it's something about it not knowing the state of the materia data center without you actually connecting to it. And if you had, I don't know, too many characters there, I don't know if that's even a thing, then it might be like, well, there's no space. Or some other reason. I'm not sure. It's really, really weird. The weirdest part is that it was, like, I believe the only difference when this OCE data center travel was in quote-unquote beta testing. The only difference was that it didn't tell you why you couldn't connect. Like, now it tells you. But in the beta, it just didn't. It was just like, something went wrong. And then you had to figure out, oh, I have to connect to the data center manually first. Exactly, Sarah. Savior of the world. Go away, peasant. Gazel says, some said in 1.0 they plan to put housing districts within or directly linked to the 3 cities, hence the MP design. Yeah. That makes sense. Well, there is like a gate there then. Map design. Right. Lemon says I had to unsub for a few months and watching your streams tempted me to play again. Well, I mean, don't hold yourself back. If you have the time, maybe it's time to give it another try. But that's entirely down to you. And up to you. Weird how that works. But it's pretty wild. speaking of holiday special, last year when I did this kind of stream, I had, like, the week before I did that stream, if I remember correctly, I had purchased a new PC because the one that I was working at had a huge loud fan problem, and I wasn't sure, like, with the stuff that I do here, right? I can't, like, send the PC that I work at for repair for a few days. That means that I can't do anything for a few days, potentially, right? And I'm sure some of you are like, what? It's just a fan, you could just replace it. Like, my ability to deal with PC hardware and things like that is to the point that if I had put together my own PC, then I wouldn't trust it to turn on. And that means that if I replaced the fan myself, I would be afraid it wouldn't turn on again. And it didn't help that the fan that had trouble was like, you had to pull out a few things to get to it. Like, it was hidden behind, like, something else, so it would be difficult to actually take out the fan. Because of the way it was built. So instead of doing that, I was like, well, I mean, given that this is what we're doing, I might as well buy a stronger PC so that we can do even more. So I did that, and then I didn't get around to getting. And the funny thing is that the PC that I'm sitting at right now is the PC that had this fan problem. I didn't get around to getting this PC to repair, to get its fan fixed for months. And sometime like early mid-February, I would say. Oh, actually, like maybe even like late January, the PC that I bought started acting weird in various ways. And by, I believe it was like late April. Well, actually, like by April, it was starting to get so bad that I wasn't actually sure what it could or could not handle. And by the end of April, something like that, the PC was crashing multiple times a day, essentially. And by crashing, I don't just mean games crashing, I mean the PC was crashing, like blue screen of death, on the regs. And we had a walk and talk stream around that time, where we finished in, let's see... in right here, and it was pretty incredible because I started to see things like acting weird as we were closing up the stream, like finishing up things. I ended, like, I said my goodbyes, ended the stream, closed OBS, and then within like 5 minutes the whole computer froze up and crashed. Like exactly as I finished the stream, it was like, the PVC was like, are we done? Okay, great. It just died. I managed to get it back up and running. But the day after, it died again. And then I spent the weekend trying my best to get it fixed, trying everything. Some of you might remember trying to help me troubleshoot what was wrong on Discord. I know Zarf at least helped, or tried to help. The thing is that every time the PC crashed, it gave a different reason why it had a blue screen of death. And when you have like 10 different reasons that are always different and have very little correlation, it starts to become, it might be hardware. So by Monday, so Monday morning basically, I called the ones that had made the PC, again, not this PC, the other PC that I have in that room in there, and said to them, PC is not starting. What do? And they tried to give me some guidance, like try and set these settings and whatnot. I was like, yep, didn't help, didn't change anything. What do I do? And they're like, okay, send the PC to us and we'll fix it. And I suggested that it was the CPU. And that PC had has, but at the time also had an i9 14th generation Intel CPU, which, well, turned out they had a problem where they were slowly destroying themselves by like pulling too much power, like more than they needed, so they slowly burned themselves into pieces. So they replaced the CPU and sent it back. All good. Everything's working again. So I'm like, I was back to using that PC again. But the interesting thing is that over that weekend, I had, I did a small Kai stream because that was what we were doing in the weekends at that time. But I believe I had to delay it because, like, I didn't know what to do. But because this PC was not, like, the fan was broken, it goes really, really, really loud, it wouldn't be a good experience. And would be scary. And the stronger PC was not home and not available. I streamed from my laptop that barely could play the game at like stable-ish 60 FPS, and it had like USB ports that didn't work. Like, as in, they were there, they just didn't do anything. So I barely had enough slots to both connect my webcam and my mic, and my mouse, and an additional monitor, one additional monitor. Like, it just barely worked. And then the Monster PC came back, and for a few months everything was good again, and then slowly things started breaking again. And in a weird twist, when the UEFI update came that was supposed to fix the CPU problems, when it finally came, me installing it turned out to break to make things worse. Like, I installed the update, and then Final Fantasy XIV went from sometimes crashing to crashing all the time. Like, we're talking, whenever I was in Final Fantasy XIV, I was expecting any second that the game was going to crash. Like, I had cases where, like, I logged in, took 5 steps, and it crashed. And I started it again, and then I took 5 steps, and it crashed. Like, it was a miracle that not once while I recorded something did it crash. Like, weirdly. And the final straw was when I tried to, because there might have been something wrong with the update, so I tried to reinstall it at the advice from the manufacturer. And the end result was that it made things so bad that, like, Final Fantasy XIV was still crashing on the regs. Like, that didn't change. But if I opened OBS on the pre-stream thing, with the countdown, or the end slate where you see the thank you for watching thing, where it's basically playing a video source, OBS would just crash without a word within like 2 to 5 minutes. Just dead. As if the PC was crashing trying to load a file. So back it went to the manufacturer, and I was like, I don't know, I think the PC is haunted at this point. Do whatever it takes to make it work. You can reinstall the entire PC if that's what it takes. Just fix it. And it took them like a week to like test everything, and they're like, yep, it's the CPU again. Ding dong, it was the CPU again. So they replaced the CPU, reinstalled Windows, And, well, the PC's out there. I haven't felt like I had properly time to set it up for months, essentially, and every time I've like finally had time, something got in the way. Like the first time I finally was like, okay, now I have time, a news article came that was like, oh, by the way, there's an additional microcode that you need, like Intel found an additional problem. So, okay, I guess we will wait for that one too. And when I installed that, it suddenly started causing the PC to have random blue screens of death. Like every time I would turn it on, the first time I would turn it on any day, within 5 minutes it would have blue screen of death. Then it would start again and then 0 problems. Like, that's workable, right? Like if you know my PC will have a blue screen of death within 5 minutes of turning on, and then it will restart and then there's no problems. Like, you could work with that. The problem is, that seems like ignoring a problem that could become a bigger problem, right? Like, who knows if it's a coincidence that it doesn't blue screen of death the next time. At some point, it will not be the first 5 minutes of the first startup, it'll be the first 5 minutes of every startup. And once that happens, it'll be really, really hard to actually fix the thing. So I called the manufacturer again, like, I don't know what's wrong, I've tried this and that, do you have any suggestions? And they were like, well, did you install our version of that new update? I was like, your version? Isn't it just like, get the one from the website? And they're like, not the one from like the motherboard manufacturer's website. No, you have to get the one from our website. We have like special settings that we have decided for our PCs to work the best they can. Try and install our version. We have like a guide, step by step. Like the guide was like basically the way you would install normally, mostly. But the only difference was that their version had different default settings from like the official version. I installed that, did as they said, problems went away. So for the last several weeks, I've been able to turn on the PC and do whatever needs to be done with no major issues. I just want to reiterate that I bought this PC about a year ago. So this is almost like the story of Kai trying to upgrade his PC for a year. So in a weird way, it's kind of fitting, because one of the first streams on that new PC was last year's holiday special stream, like this one. And because of the things that happened, it's not that PC this time. I simply haven't had time to set it up. Because every time I've been like, okay, I'm almost ready, it's like something in life comes up, and then I'm like behind on like video making, or like there's a bunch of streams or something else gets in the way. So like I have a list, like a checklist of things that need to be done, and I could probably get it done in a day, but that means I would need like a day to do that. So there's that. But yeah. Big long adventure story. Also, hey Chili Taters and Furu and Jonathan and Ancient Monica. And Riddleian and Cat. Hope you're all doing very well. And yeah, exactly, Yaharis. Apparently, and I think I've talked about this before, but both the 13th and 14th gen of the Intel CPUs, specifically for PCs, as in not laptops, had problems. That meant that they would just slowly break themselves apart. Your average user of a PC might not run into major problems with that. Might not. Probably will, might not. But because of the weirdness of the issue, apparently it took a while to figure out what the problem was. But yeah, I would also recommend that, Yaris. Like, with this kind of problem, like, I just want to reiterate, just like as a little bow on this story, is that for like at least half a year, if not longer than that, every time like private users of these CPUs called Intel saying there is a problem, like my CPU is acting weird, Intel was like, oh no, that might be, that has to be like a one-time thing. You just change these settings, it'll be fine. Or they'd be like, it must be the motherboard, or it must be something else. And they just kept blaming something else. And what it took for Intel to actually admit that it was something on their end was bigger companies like having large amounts of data basically going, it's specifically these CPUs that keep breaking. No other CPUs are breaking. Just these. For Intel, and also then these companies going, well, if they're this unstable, then we can't use them. I guess we'll have to switch to a different company, CPU manufacturer. That was what caused Intel to go, you know what, actually, maybe it is our fault. And then things started to happen. And then they put out the first update, which they said, as far as I know, this will fix the problem. And then, like, a month or two later, they sent out a new statement that, oh, actually, there was another thing. And then, like, half to a full month after that, then the second fix comes. And because they said, first, this isn't our fault. Then they said, oh, it is our fault. And then they said, here's the fix. And then they say, actually, never mind, here's the second fix. Means that, I mean, the only evidence we have that it's fixed now is that they haven't, like, sent out another statement saying, actually, there's a third fix coming. Yet. So from that token, I don't know. Like, I think it's a pretty reasonable take to go, I think I'll just not go with an Intel CPU just to be on the safe side. Like, I get that. Like, it's not like it's only Intel that has problems. There's various things with everything, like all hardware, there's always something. And there will be the worst guy on the market, right? Like, that's just how it'll be. But yeah, that was one story. A story of this year almost for me. Is this whole thing. Also, hey Knight and hey Sunthrone, hope you're doing well. Knight says, it makes me glad I went with a 12th gen for my PC. Yeah, that is incredibly lucky, yes. Vince as well. The problem is that there's only like 3 guys in the market nowadays. Yeah, that's true, which means that there's a first, second, and third place, and they just have to like shuffle who's the bad guy at any one time. And one of them isn't even competing in the same field. That is also true. The CPU I bought was blowing up when they first came out, but when I went to buy it, it was fixed, so I was happy to do so. Oh, fair enough. But yeah, I don't know. It's just a case of, like, a part of it is also the whole thing with trust, right? Because, it means, at least for a long time, that if Intel says it's not us, like if there's something wrong with anything they've made, how can you be so sure? Because they didn't actually properly review whether it was them or not before they said it's not me. It's not me. How do you know that? You didn't check. Sure I did. It's not me. I'm perfect. Like, that's the problem. Is that you can't take their word for it. But it also makes sense, because what else would they have said? Like, what would they have said? Oh yeah, we know that our CPUs are exploding. We don't have a solution. Not yet. We don't know why. Something's happening. Indeed, Sunthrone. We came into the subject because I have a PC in my apartment with one of those CPUs, and that has caused me a lot of grief this year. Multiple times I had to, like twice really, I had to send the PC in to get fixed, and both times the problem was that the CPU was breaking, or was broken for that matter. Like the first time I sent it in, it was so dead that it couldn't turn on. And the second time it could turn on, but it couldn't really do anything. But yeah, speaking of, when I sent the PC in to get fixed the first time, like this, at the same time I took this PC that I'm sitting at right now, which I have named the Chainsaw, because when I bought the monster PC that is in the other room, it was because, like, I thought it was a good time to upgrade, I guess. Maybe not, after all, in hindsight. And this PC had an issue with a fan that was rattling very loudly, sometimes. Like, I streamed and made videos for, like, basically a year, where, like, the fan would more and more frequently just choose to start rattling. And when I finally replaced it, it had reached a point where it was rattling more than not. So it was it would be a problem for me to stream. But when I replaced it, I didn't take the time to get the fan replaced. So when the other PC died, my backup wasn't ready either. So I had to, like, both take the main, send to repair, and then grab this one and send to repair. And then I had a laptop that just barely had the capacity to play Final Fantasy XIV on, like, some of the lowest settings while also streaming. Like, it just barely could do it all. And I had, like, a testing session where I was checking, like, will it overheat if we do this? I think I streamed on it, like, once or twice. And there's a bunch of thumbnails, at least for streams, if not also for videos, where you can see that the shadows are basically nearly non-existent. The game looks very flat in the thumbnails, because those pictures were taken on the laptop, because the show must go on, right? But yeah, exactly. Just having, like, your PC breaking apart because the thing they made doesn't work, and then just being told, nah, it's not us, sucks. But on my end, I was fortunate that the manufacturer of my PC, they had, like, a special guarantee that they were like, well, I mean, if we can't prove that you broke it, then we'll replace the things. So they've replaced my CPU twice, free of charge. I didn't even have to pay for the delivery of the PC back and forth. Not a single dime. That's how confident they are in their product. Which is, of course, also the reason why, when I said I had trouble with the PC again, they were like, have you installed our, like, UEFI BIOS update specifically? Not the one from, like, Asus. Specifically our special version. And I installed that, like, a month ago, I think. And all the problems that had started to reappear went away. And it all just gone. On the other hand, this PC has had, like, you know, there are random small, like, you know, PCs do be weird kind of hiccups. But overall, this PC has basically no issues. Never really had any big issues. It just has some oddities sometimes. That's just how it is. Yeah, that is the benefit of pre-built, is that they made the whole PC. It better work. And if the manufacturer has any confidence in their product, they'll take the blame if it breaks. Hey Ham, hope you're doing well. And hey Phil, hope you're doing well as well. Phil says, I think my GPU has something up with it, but the issue is so infrequent that I don't think it's actually a problem. What is the problem, Phil? Another thing is that I suppose another thing that could be interesting to talk about is the fact that not everyone follows the channel enough to pay attention to that necessarily, maybe they don't always see them, is that over the past like months of the current raid tier, we managed to put together a static and then clear the whole Savage raid one fight at a time, slowly, with, I would say, a group of at least consisting of some players that are new to Savage content. Some players that had a little bit of experience, some players that were like almost coming out of retirement from hard content. That includes me. And we managed, without having to like, we never ran into a problem where it was like, oh, actually we don't have enough DPS to do this. It was usually just a mechanical problem where it was like, we'll figure it out with time, like more practice, we'll get there. Which I think was interesting because it was both a case of, well, I would rather choose to play with 7 other players that I enjoy playing with than picking like 7 pumpers that do the most damage, but they're all insufferable pricks, right? I'll take the fun group over the sweat group in any day. Maybe I would choose to play with a sweat group just to get it done once, but that's not something that I would want to do on the regular. It would not be very fun to play with. But it also worked as a way to demonstrate that, like, you don't need to be perfect or super amazing to be able to clear the Savage raid tier. You just have to be, like, consistent and try your best. And keep practicing, and you'll be able to get there. And I think that's important, because I know a lot of people that are new to Savage in general, or is looking to get into Savage, sometimes look at it like, well, I'm not good enough. I'm not, like, I don't know how to play perfectly. Like, they'll see a guide describing openers and perfectly optimal rotations and go, well, I can maybe do that on a striking dummy, but you put mechanics next to it, and then I can't anymore. But you have a group where a lot of things go sideways, and we still do it. Like, we still manage. And I think that's like a pretty good, like, proof of concept, at least. Which I think was great. We also managed to clear an extreme trial completely blind. Well, almost completely blind. Like, we didn't really use a guide, but there were some that had, like, looked at a guide beforehand, before we had decided we would do it blind, but that didn't really have any impact on our strategy. So I would say that it was like a successful blind prog. And then yesterday we stepped a foot inside the new ultimate and floundered around on the first, like, 5 mechanics for 2 hours. But we went in blind, and we got further than the first mechanic. We actually managed to do a bit with no deaths. Let's see. I did ask Phil. See, I think maybe once a month my entire PC stutters for like a second or two. That is weird. So that's nice, Vince. Me personally, the manufacturer I usually buy my PCs and stuff like that from is like not anywhere near. So like when I have to send my PC, it's like essentially like by mail in a way. But there is like a relatively close by PC manufacturer that probably could make a similar PC, and they were the ones that fixed this one. Like I just carried my PC over to them and like, can you replace that fan? One of the fans is rattling. I think it's this one. Can you do that? And they said yes. And when I asked them, did you figure out which fan it was? They were like, yeah. We turned on the PC as you instructed and like gave it a bit, and then we started to hear it rattling. Like, we were worried for a moment we wouldn't be able to find it, but yeah, it was pretty clear. Now it doesn't say anything. It does say a little something, but it's like normal fan noises. To your thing, Phil, maybe once a month my entire PC stutters for like a second or two. I'm not sure what that could be. Is after some pre-builds are all right nowadays, but most of them, historically, they're unbalanced. Usually not enough memory and or storage and overpriced. I can at least say that that I have 2 friends that both prefer to like make their own PCs, and the place that I bought both this PC from and the one out there, they both said, like, they looked at the prices and said, I wouldn't be able to make a PC of my own for that price. Like, that manufacturer was actually cheaper than making your own. And the hardware usually makes sense. I would say, based on what I've seen, some like homemade PCs, you could say, I would say that these PCs run harder. But I think it's a case of these people knowing what it can take and going, well, you don't have to fill the whole thing with fans just to make it cooler than necessary, I guess. Like, as I said, I'm not very well versed in this. I'm just like, I don't believe I've had any time where the fan, like the heat was actually a problem. But I do sometimes refer to my PC as my little son. And that is a son with a U, not an O. Let's see. Says it took a little for us to clear M2S and M3S in Rage, if I remember correctly, but we never ended up seeing the M4S in Rage. Well, the M2S and M3S in Rage, I'm pretty sure in both cases the reason why we saw those in Rages was because we had deaths throughout the fight. So that would mean, that is why I said it like was usually a mechanical issue. And I'm sure you'll get it, Zaf. It is a complicated mechanic, if I remember correctly, which one is fuse or foe. And thank you, Castle. I can say that some in our team have some confidence issues, which is perfectly understandable, but I know that we're all good enough. Hey, Claudie, hope you're doing well. And congratulations, Riddleian. 11 says, you can do it on a dummy. I will say some jobs are at a point where, like for instance, like as you may have seen in my job guides, the summary at the end where I show the opener and explain the rotation and everything is like a 3 minute, up to 3 minutes, uninterrupted clip of me doing the rotation nearly perfectly, like at least according to my own instructions. And sometimes it takes several takes for me to get it. Like, the worst ones for me has been like Bard was pretty hard, both in Endwalker and in Dawntrail. Machinist has always been one that took several attempts for me. I believe in Endwalker, my final Endwalker Machinist guide, I'm pretty sure took me an hour to get that 3 minute demonstration. Pretty sure it took an hour. I don't think... Maybe Ninja has caused some trouble? Dragoon a little bit? But Machinist has always been the hardest. Jonathan says, spent 10 weeks on M2S before my entire static cleared. Doing M3S prog and the lessons learned on the last fight are shining through on this prog. That's great. Gazel says, how hard did the ultimate feel? given that we were doing it blind, I would say the mechanics are tight, as in, like, they don't give you a lot of room for error, but it's approachable. The bigger problem we ran into was that, like, we didn't get far enough that we actually saw all of the mechanics in Phase 1. And it seemed like, based on what people were saying, we didn't have enough damage output, but maybe we would get that with more practice. Maybe we wouldn't. Something Pictomancers, blah, blah, blah. But we didn't even see the Hardened Rage in Phase 1, so don't know if it would actually be a problem. But I think it seems manageable. It's just that there's a lot of mechanics. We only saw a few of them, so, and the fight is really, really long in total, so it's like we've seen less than 10% of the fight after 2 hours of prog. But I think you would get much further, much faster if you looked up a guide. Possibly several guides. Because the thing that made it take so long for us is that we saw the first mechanic, and then we discussed the first mechanic for like 15 minutes. Then we saw the second mechanic, and then we spent time like discussing that one, and so on and so forth. Like, we figured out the plan for ourselves. And we did figure out a plan. Like, I think the smartest thing that we came up with in that was the way we dealt with this. Like, I'll try to be a little vague, because I'm sure there's some people that are like, well, I also want to prog it blind. From the normal version of Fatebreaker, there is a part, some of you may remember, where like the entire arena gets like clouded in a fog, and then there's clones doing like a cleave across the arena. But where the clones are, or rather where the clones that actually will attack are, is a challenge. You don't have enough time to look for all of them, and they could be anywhere. On normal, they're like in a line, so like you just have to look for where one of them are, if I remember correctly, and then you have enough information. But because we didn't have enough time to look for all of them, we basically had to like decide, you check the clone that is there, you check the clone that is there, and then we had basically like a body language way of demonstrating where the safe clones were, by just standing somewhere and then calling out where the safe spots are. That was probably like the smartest thing we came up with, and I'm pretty sure Milo came up with that. So yeah, that wasn't me. Just to be sure, I'm not taking credit for that one. Let's see. Hey, Alsteig, and your boy 6. Hope you're both doing well. And yeah, that's also true, as Aradel mentioned. We did come out of... it took us 2 hours to re-clear M4S. Cat Damon says, to be fair, we still haven't figured out Sword Quiver. I would say part of the reason why we haven't figured out Sword Quiver is because whenever we reach Sword Quiver and Sword Quiver actually starts resolving, it's like usually because someone died. And if anyone's dead when Sword Quiver comes out, and like it's usually not someone died, because what happens is someone dies in Sunrise Sabbath, then pretty much all the DPS will die in Sunrise Sabbath, which means that we can't resolve Sword Quiver correctly. And then we will just try and hold on. Like, we haven't really reached Sword Quiver in a situation, like in a way where we actually had the capacity to do it. Let's see how it says the stuttering relating to Fell's situation. can just be general PC jank. Some program could have caused a system interrupt, etc. It do just happen. That's true. I discovered sometimes when I'm doing voice recording on this PC, which doesn't take very much on the PC, it's just SoundForge open, and sometimes it'll be like while I'm not recording any, like it's just idling. And then like I'll hear the PC like wind up, like it's going like it's working really, really hard, and then I'll open the task manager and I'll see some exe file, like something.exe, will be taking up basically 100% of my GPU. I looked it up, and apparently it's some extension of GeForce, NVIDIA GeForce, doing some sort of like background testing to like check if things are good or something. But it is weird, and I have been thinking like, what if it does that while I'm in the middle of gaming? What will happen? Will it just be like, oh, there's not very much to work with, so I'll not use very much? Does it only do it when the GPU is basically not doing anything? But that, like something like that, could possibly make it so that your PC, like every so often, will be like, oh man, this is hard. Because it's indirectly pushing itself. Hey Pablo, hope you're doing well. Says sorry to bother you, that's okay. I want to level up the trust NPCs. Which jobs do you think would make it easier to level them up? I would say running the dungeons faster is probably easier with if you're the tank. Because then you can much more easily pull big, right? And usually, if you're playing tank well, then the healer, like the healer trust NPCs, can like help you. The second option would of course be you're the healer. And the third option is like it might it might help if you're one of the mages that can res. It's like, because sometimes the NPCs will just like fall over their own faces, and then you need to rest them, or you will wipe, possibly. Like I have had wipes because Urianger decided that he had to get to heal someone across the arena, and then he stepped into a proximity AoE and died. So that's something to like be aware of, that things can easily go bad because the NPCs are not that smart. If you're not interested in rushing, then it doesn't really matter what you play. It would be an idea to make sure that like you don't end up in a situation where you're like preferably you level as many NPCs in the same level range as possible. Like if we look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? So preferably you'd want to like to level one set of 3 and one set of 3 and one set of 3. So like for instance, you could be a DPS in a group of Alphino, Alice, and Thancred, hypothetically, and you could be a tank in a group with Urianger, Ishtola, and Estinian, and then you could be, well, you could be anything in a group with Grahan and Kryl, and then you just need like one of the ones you're already leveled. Like that's just one example. Something that is quite interesting is that the trust NPCs actually have unique behavior. For instance, a lot of players know about Alice's trigger happiness with limit break. She will basically just instantly limit break when it's available, and there will be nothing left but a smoking crater. Another one is, I believe Alphino is programmed to prioritize healing Alice, which could be the reason why Cat has experienced... no, sorry, not Cat. Phil has experienced that Alphino has trouble with big pulls, is that if Alice takes unnecessary damage, Alphino might be distracted from healing you and healing Alice instead. similar things across the other NPCs. It's a specific one I remember reading about, is that Alphino will prioritize healing Alizé. I believe Alizé will also prioritize resing specifically Alphino, but I mean, that's probably a good thing, right? I'll say Gleaming, hope you're doing well. Let's see. Your boy Six says, general question, how to get over job anxiety? I want to try new jobs, but can't get over the mental block of starting over in a new role or job within the same role. Well, one way to start is, like, it depends on what's making you afraid of picking up a new job. If it's being scared of starting from the beginning, like from nothing, you could look up a guide. My channel has guides on all the jobs. They're mostly up to date. There are some things like with Viper that they changed some things, but the rotation is actually pretty close to the same, despite that. And there's like pinned comments on my guides if something changed. So if you watch the guide and then read the pinned comment, you should be pretty much good to go. There can be something like, oh, the optimal opener changed or something, but that's not necessary for like the base understanding of the job. And once you then have like this base level, another thing you can do is, like, if you're picking up a job that starts at a higher level, this can be particularly helpful, but starting from the start, like running Sastasha, like some of the early dungeons, to like get a basic understanding of the very basic toolkit and then like building your way up, is also a good way to go about it. And if the problem is that you're afraid of failing in front of other players, well, there's this, and there's duty support. So you can go in Sastasha with NPCs. Just like a quick note is that the NPCs will obviously be a very different experience from doing it with real players. The NPCs, like, just to take an example here, the NPCs both cheat and play poorly deliberately. In Sastasha, just as an example, you can beat Sastasha as a healer without casting anything. And without casting anything. Because if the Marauder drops low enough in hit points, he will use a potion. And if you only pull one pack at a time, he can survive. Like, he can survive. And the thing is, the way the duty support NPCs work, and I think the trusts do this a little bit too, is that after a certain amount of time, they start playing faster. But when I mean a certain amount of time, it's a certain amount of time fighting a thing. Like, if you pull the first pack in Sastasha and don't do anything, after a while, the Marauder will use Berserk, and the Berserk he uses doesn't actually have a visible duration. It usually just ends like that when the mob he's currently targeting dies. And around the same time, the Thaumaturge will throw a Thundercloud Thunder, which doesn't exist and isn't available at level 15. But Lalafell will do it. I think the Lancer will also use Life Surge on a full thrust at that time. Again, full thrust, which not available at that level. Like, if the fight takes long enough, all 3 NPCs will cheat to help you. So it will feel a little different. They're also not very good at AoE. That is to say, they don't really do AoE, so the duty will be a lot longer. But it will be a duty with no one to judge you. So you can fail as much as you like without having to worry about, like, wasting other people's time or something. There's also, of course, also the problem that because there are no other players to, I guess, judge you, you can easily get caught up in a cycle of playing in a weird way. Again, it might be a good idea to look up a guide so that you know that you're on the right track. And the reason there is it's harder to learn the things the right way once you've already learned them the wrong way. So if you want to be sure you don't get caught in like a bad cycle, then that could be a thing. Say Prog Metal, hope you're doing well. Oh yeah, the thing with Don Meg is pretty cute. Say Kogaza and Haken, hope you're both doing well. And Strider Shinryu and Deiruru, hope you're doing well. And Azure Andler, hope you're doing well as well. Deiruru says, out of curiosity, what's your playtime? 490 days, 8 hours and 5 minutes. And I have an alt with at least 300 hours of playtime as well. So in total, it's probably more like 500 days. No, playtime, your boy 6. Deiruru asked. If you write /playtime, like Deiruru wrote in the chat, while you're in game, it'll print total playtime and then exactly how long you've been logged in on this character. And thank you, Harkin. And yeah, the weird one there, Chilitator says, a thing I noticed about duty support and by extension squads, the tanks have AoE taunts. That is correct. Basically, as the duty support NPCs run up to enemies, they'll basically use an AoE attack. And I think it's more often the step 2 AoE attack as well. And it doesn't actually do any damage. It just glues the enemies to that NPC just perfectly. Lord says you started at Endwalker. I'm at 381 days. Started at Endwalker. I started in Stormblood. Played a bit, then I quit, then I came back when Blue Mage was put into the game, which is like a little while before Shadowbringers. And then Shadowbringers released, and then I played like the first raid tier came out, I played for a little bit, then I quit, then I came back sometime during the second raid tier, I believe. I've been playing, basically had a constant subscription since then. Hey Yannick, hope you're doing well. That's really annoying when it's bugging out like that. Yeah, on and off. But I played for a large part of Shadowbringers and all of Endwalker and, well, all of Dawntrail. The thing is that some players will AFK quite aggressively in Final Fantasy XIV. If I'm doing something else on my PC, I will usually shut down Final Fantasy XIV. Like, some people have this thing, but they'll have multiple games open at once. I never do that. I'll shut down whatever I'm playing to play a different game. And if I'm in Final Fantasy XIV and I just want to check something real quick in a different game, it'll have to wait until I'm done with Final Fantasy XIV, because it takes too long to open Final Fantasy XIV to shut it down for 5 minutes. Deiruru says, I hear RuneScape is a big second monitor game. Actually, Deiruru, it gets even crazier than that. If you're dedicated enough to RuneScape, then RuneScape isn't like a second monitor game. It's like... It's more like a game that you have like 4 instances of on your main monitor. And the reason why it becomes the main monitor game is because if you have 4 of them, then it takes all of your attention to keep all 4 running and doing things. And you then might be asking, wait, why 4? Well, a lot of more hardcore RuneScape players, especially like old school RuneScape, will have multiple accounts. Like, they might have like, oh, this character I'm just farming something on, this is my main, that I'm doing something, or like I'm grinding, I don't know, wood cutting to get it to 99, whatever. And then I have this random Iron Man character that I have this thing that I'm working on. And then there's this other character that I'm doing this other silly thing on. Like, just the trick being that by adding more instances of the game, you can reduce the time where you're doing nothing until you reach a point where you can be constantly playing. Because you can have like when something serious is happening on one of the in one of the accounts, the other 3 can do something really passive, and you can focus on that one. But when none of them is doing anything, then like you can have one of them move towards doing something, while the other 3 is doing something semi-passive. This is my server. Yannick says, funny thing, in that Polish browser mode that I sometimes mention, having multiple accounts or using multiple accounts is illegal. That is interesting. I believe a few years ago, Blizzard, in like, oh yeah, bring out your bingo cards, everyone. Blizzard, with World of Warcraft, they made a change in the rules in regards to multiboxing. Multiboxing usually entails having multiple accounts playing at once, like at the same time. Often you'll use some sort of tool to make it so that your key presses will be broadcasted to all of the instances of the game all at once. So you basically have like I don't know, 5 mages just standing on top of each other, like almost like a bot. And you press run forward, and all 5 will run forward in perfect sync. You target something and press fireball, and all 5 will target it and cast fireball at once. And it's not a bot. It's one person basically. Like it might as well be 4 bots and a player, where the 4 bots copy the player. And this is why Blizzard, I believe this is why Blizzard changed their stance on it, is that that's too much. I believe the way they changed their stance on it was, you are not allowed to use a tool like that to broadcast your key presses to each instance. You need, like, you can multibox if you want, but you need to take each individual mage and, like, run forward and target the thing and start casting fireball. Like, you have to control all of them individually, otherwise it's not allowed, which, like, means that actual multiboxing, like in the most extreme case, is illegal, but you can, which would, you could say, the legal, quote-unquote, legal instance of multiboxing would be more like, you have a tank and a healer and a DPS, and you have the tank, like, pull things, and, like, the healer will heal the tank, and then maybe, like, you'll have a DPS character attack every now and then, but you're controlling all aspects of the fight. But you might not even want the DPS. Feltus, I've seen a single person multiboxing 18 accounts in Final Fantasy XI. I've heard stories back when Classic WoW came out, of like 5 to 10. Can't remember if it was 5 or 10 shamans doing PvP as a multibox. So you're basically just in a you're in a PvP match, and then as you run up to take the flag, you just see 10 guys standing on top of each other, wind up to cast lightning bolt, and then your HP bar just vanishes, just dead. Because 1 lightning bolt you can take, 10, not so much. And that's usually how multiboxing becomes so crazy, is that It's the same kind of thing that I've talked about with Frontline, is that we can talk like all day about all these various ridiculous comps that you can do where you're like, oh yeah, it's really fun when there's a Dark Knight that just sucks everyone up, and there's an Astrologian hopping in with a Macrocosmos and a damage buff for everyone, and then Dragoon lands on your face and you die. You don't need to do all that. You just take 4 Dark Knights, they all plunge someone, and then they all click Limit Break, and then you die. Because it's like, maybe not with the changes to PvP, but like the general idea being that take any PvP job. Like, I'm on Sage right now. And just take anything in their toolkit and multiply all damage numbers by 4. 32,000 damage. By the way, most jobs have like somewhere in the ballpark of like 60,000 HP in PvP. You can use this right after. Oh, 48,000. So you just go bam, bam, splat. And because one binds and the other just does damage, there's a reasonable probability that the person will not leave before the second hit kills them. Like, you can do this with pretty much any job. Some are better at it than others. Like, a particularly brutal one is Astrologian. This got nerfed, and it's still insane. You just jump into the enemies with, for some reason, they gave Astrologian Hell's Ingress with a barrier. And then you just Macrocosmos. You can do 4 of those, boom, 40,000. You have this on top, and it's 64,000. You add this on top, it's like 80,000. And it just has to be one of the 4 Astrologians doing this. So that means that they can just take turns doing this. And then they just hop back afterwards. Fun. And you can do that with basically any job. It's basically the same idea. It's just that you don't even have to be multiboxing to do that. Like, you don't even have to be multiboxing. You can just be 4 players doing that. Welcome back to Aldemar. We've been talking about, we talked a little bit about the PC situation with my stronger PC being out there. It was actually turned on today for a few hours because it was rendering videos. It's a lot faster than this one at doing this. Usually if I render a video on this PC, it takes like, it usually renders like 40 frames per second, maybe less, sometimes a lot less. But it will sometimes just crash in the process, as in it'll fail to finish. And it can be like it's not the PC will crash, it's just the program will freeze. And like, it's usually consistent, so like, you just have to figure out why the PC is mad at that specific frame. So you just change it a little bit, and then it'll get it on the second round. The monster PC with a much stronger, like with much stronger hardware, usually like processes like 100 to 120, sometimes even 130 frames per second, and it does not crash. It does not care. It'll just steamroll through it. So it's a lot easier. And if I have to do something at the same time, I can just do it on this PC while the other one renders. Very nice. Let's see. Annex, no bots were seen since. Oh yeah, that's totally what happened, Cat. Absolutely. All bots disappeared. Alright, Grace. Enjoy your evening and happy holidays. That is pretty strange, Yannick. That does sound pretty sketchy. To just have basically like passwords shared between each other. Pablo says, which jobs do you think are currently the most high ping friendly? Warrior is pretty high ping friendly. Maybe Paladin? Maybe. I would also say maybe samurai. Like, the thing is, when you say high ping friendly, I don't know how high we're talking. If we're talking like, if we're talking, oh, I have like 100 ms, then it's like, there will be some times where certain jobs like Reaper and Machinist will have like small problems. But aside from that, everything works. If we're talking like 300 ms, then we're starting to reach a point where it's like, as I said, Warrior, Paladin, maybe Reaper. Like, you will have trouble with the Lemure Slice stuff in the burst. But aside from that, it kinda works. I guess you could say the same for Machinist, in that you might be able to make it work, but you will not be able to weave things during your hypercharge, so it will not be perfect. But outside of that, Machinist isn't too weaving aggressive, so like you could get like a casual rotation working. Some might say, I don't know, some of the mages, but the thing is, each mage has some sort of issue. Like, for instance, Pictomancer is so insanely focused on its burst, and its burst will have trouble if you're lagging. I like, some weeks ago, I had a night where we were doing Extreme 2 of Dawntrail farm, and I had massive latency issues. Like, something was up. It went away. Like, we're talking like 30 minutes or less after we finished the farm. I was playing DPS at that very moment. So I played Pictum. Like, first, I think I played Summoner at first. But because of my inconsistent ping, frequently I wouldn't be able to fit 6 Astral Impulses in my Bahamut. Which is really frustrating, so I just didn't want to deal with that. With Pictomancer, sometimes it just wouldn't use my Starry Muse. Like, it just wouldn't do it. So things would drift really hard. And on Black Mage was actually the one among the mages that felt the most functional. But it was, like, because I was lagging, it felt like I could barely move. Like, the thing is, if you have a consistent ping, but it's like 300 ms, then you can play around it. The problem was, on my end, it was not consistent. It was like, one moment I had 20 ms, which is what I normally have on EU, and the next moment I had 1000 ms. And then I had 300, then 500, and then 60, and then 20, and then 80. Like, it was basically a spectrum. And if it's a spectrum, then you don't know what your slide casting interval is at all. You don't know when you can slide cast. You don't know when you can do anything, actually. Which makes it really, really hard. So that's the reason why I would recommend, like, I would say among the tanks, I would say Warrior is probably by far the best, because it has not that many weaves, and its burst is not like Fight or Flight or No Mercy, where it's like, oh, you quickly need to fit 8 things inside this. It's just you click Inner Release and then you click Fill Cleave 3 times. That's not always optimal. Often you want to lead with something else, but you can just click Inner Release and then Fill Cleave 3 times. You have 15 seconds to do that. And then you just click Primal Rend and then Primal Ruination. You have 30 and 20 seconds to do that. So you have time. There's nothing that needs to happen at a specific time. You just work your way through it, and at most, you can get away with just single weaving. You can do that. Whereas the other tanks have times where they would rather be able to double weave at times, whereas Warrior can the most easily deal with it. Like, when I've had times where I had like weird lag, even on stream, I've been very happy that I play primarily Warrior, exactly because it's like, I can feel that my rotation is getting a little wacky, and sometimes my rotation drifts, but because it's Warrior, it's like, okay, whether I lost a GCD because of drifting, or I lost a GCD because I had to use Tomahawk, same Cs, right? So I'll just burst with what I have when the burst comes up, and we'll deal with it. It's like, that's a good, that would I say, is what I would say is a good suggestion. The reason why I don't recommend Monk is simply because Monk's GCD being 2 seconds means that baseline, if your ping is over 200 ms, then you can't single weave. So that's the reason why I was like, how much are we talking? Like, because it depends greatly on how much we're talking. If it's 100, well, actually, if your latency is 60, actually 70 or less, maybe even around 75 or less, then you should be able to play everything perfectly fine. But if it's above that, then certain jobs, Machinist and Reaper, will start to have like some like starting issues. And if you go past 200, then jobs like Monk will have trouble. Go a little past that, Ninja, Samurai, Viper will probably have trouble around 200 ms as well, come to think of it. Probably less than that. Ninja and Samurai will have trouble only shortly after, because their GC is like 2.12. Something to that effect. You go a little further than that, you hit... Well, once you go slightly past 100 ms, you can't double weave on the regular jobs. But on the jobs that don't have like an unusually fast GCD, you can single weave until... Let's see... like 300 ms. It should be possible to single weave. Go a little past that, you can't single weave without clipping. Hey Lana, I hope you're doing well. You know, Yannick, it does sound like the game perfectly set it up so that you could do that. As Joanda says, I was thinking range DPS because of no positionals. I would say if you're looking for a job that is functional on high latency, positionals is the least of your concerns. Like, positionals are like a relevant percentage of your DPS, but let's take Viper for instance. Every time you use Vicewinder, there is 100 potency, 100, out of a combo that is like, let's see, 500, 11, 17, like 2,300 potency. 100 of that is positionals. That's like a really small percentage of the damage on your Vicewinder. If we take the 1, 2, 3 combos, it's also 60 potency. On a combo that is, let's see, 500, 800, 1100. Plus Death Rattle. Nearly 1400, and you lose 60 potency from not doing the positionals. So again, it's like a really small percentage, so I wouldn't say that that's it should be the biggest of your worries if you're having latency problems. Like, focus on the on just getting the rotation right. That's also why in like whenever it comes up, I try to give the advice that it's more important that you get the GCD like going than getting the positional right. How much potency is Monk's positionals? I think it's like 40 or 50, but let's see. 60 and 60. Dance on high ping is asking for trouble. Yes. Yes. I'm pretty sure that Dancer would have trouble on 200 ms or more. Never played Dance on 300 ms. Yeah, if you have a high latency, then jobs that have like a button that turns into a different button, like Dancer, can be a problem. Red Mage is also like a dangerous choice. Because sometimes you'll be able to, well, I guess not now, but sometimes you'll be able to hardcast twice in a row. True North exists, so positionals are even less of a concern. That is also something you can do. If you're having trouble with positionals on jobs, sometimes you can plan that. Like, Reaper is a particularly good example of this. This might not be optimal for, like, maximum DPS rotations. But you can, like, hold 50 gauge. And then, when Gluttony comes up, so you, like, have an additional 50, you can be like, Gluttony, True North, 2 things, Stalk, a thing, something like Soul Slice, Stalk, a thing. Like, you might be able to, like, fit 4 or 5 positionals inside one True North. And if you coordinate it right, you might not need to worry about positionals ever. That is like a weird advantage that Reaper can make use of, that they have very, very, very few positionals that really matter. You can also see this with Viper, where like the cooldown of Vicewinder is almost the same as True North. So as long as you just, like, once in a blue moon do the positional correctly, you can pretty much True North every Vicewinder. And some of your combo finishers as well. Like, if you're really, like, if you're really sweaty about optimizing this weird thing, you make sure that you use Vicewinder when the last step of your 1, 2, 3 combo is coming, so that you can do Vicewinder, True North, bam, bam, and then the, like, combo finisher. Right? There's a lot you can do. But yeah, point is, the better jobs for high paying is hard to say, because more and more jobs have reason to double weave, and more like a lot of jobs have like moments of high speed. Could you fit 2 Vicewinder combos in 1 True North window? No. Can you? The GCD of the Vicewinder Swift skins and Hunter's Coil stuff is approximately 2.5 with the speed buff. So if you late weaved True North, you might be able to fit 5 GCDs. So if you did it like exactly like Vicewinder, late weave True North, ding ding, Vicewinder ding ding, you might be able to do it, yes. But it's very specific, I think. It's very specific. You might actually need some skill speed. Let me just try and math that. Yeah, if you have 0 skill speed, then it would be 255. Then you might not be able to do it, actually. You would need some skill speed. Reaper has no positionals until level 59? What? Isn't it until level 70? They have no positionals before level 70. Weird that. It kind of makes sense because it means they start with them. Just realized, so do Viper and Samurai not care about skill speed because of the buff to GZD cooldown? That's not quite it. Samurai? So, let's take that for a moment. Ninja, Viper, Samurai, and Monk all are melee DPS with some sort of effect that gives them a speed boost, right? A GZD speed boost. Ninja doesn't care because they have such a huge amount of their damage in cooldowns anyway, and skill speed doesn't help with that. Like, they would rather have more crit so that they can Hyoshouranryu harder. They would rather have more directed and determinations. They can Hyoshouranryu harder. Like, they want their cooldowns to matter, not their 1-2-3 combos. And skill speed, while it allows you to shove more things into a burst window, it's usually like a pretty much like, do you get +1 GCD or not? You have my blessing, Yannick. But Ninja's 1-2-3 combo is like the worst part of their rotation. And ultimately, skill speed is going to give them more of that. And they don't really build, like, they build a little bit of resource, the Ninki resource, and I guess they build the Kazamatoi, but they don't really matter for the burst. So, like, it doesn't really help them much. For Viper is pretty strange because the way it comes out the box is that it gets approximately 3 reawakens per 2 minutes, including Serpent's Ire, if I recall correctly. And because Viper's rotation is basically like they have 2 cooldowns. And the cooldowns are Serpent's Ire and Vicewinder, right? Like, that's it. That means that if anyone should be like, well, I mean, skill speed makes my rotation do more damage. Like, if anyone should be like, you know, I could go with some skill speed, it should be Viper, right? Like, their entire thing is just GCDs for the most part. The problem is, while their 1-2-3 combos are actually kind of good, Vicewinder's better, and more skill speed does not give you more Vicewinders. Well, Vicewinder itself is kind of but the follow-ups are insane. Like, check this out. Vicewinder's 500 potency. Swiftskin's coil is 620. Plus both of these. Which means that combined, Swiftskin's and Hunter's Coil each are 960 potency. So they almost double Vicewinder. Each of them. So you just go, like, it's basically going 500, 1000, 1000. And that's, like, close to twice as much as a 1-2-3 combo in about the same time. A little bit more, like a second and a half more. So the Vicewinder combo is way better, and skill speed does not give you more Vicewinders. So, doesn't really matter. And that means the only... And actually, that doesn't even count that every time you use Vicewinder, you get an Uncoiled Fury. And Uncoiled Fury... Let's see, 600... And it has a even longer GCD. It's like 3 seconds with the speed buff. But... it's at least over 1000 potency. It goes past 1000 potency. So like it's closer to like 3,500 from the Vicewinder combo per Vicewinder combo, but you get one every 40 seconds. That's it. And having skill speed does not change that. And Serpent's Ire gives you an extra Uncoiled Fury and gives you a whole reawaken. And you don't get more Serpent's Ire by stacking skill speed. Which means that while skill speed gives you more GCDs, the GCD it gives you is this. Which is not bad. It's not that great. And the way skill speed can become really impactful for Viper is that every time you finish a 1-2-3 combo, you get a 1/5 of a reawaken. So let's say I haven't mathed out how much that would take. But let's say you could choose to have so much skill speed that you had +1 reawaken per 2 minutes. So you had 4 reawakens instead of 3. Now we're talking, right? Because basically, if you were to math out how much your 1-2-3 combos are worth, the one way you could do it is be like, well, if I do 5 full 1-2-3 combos, then I get a reawaken and a full reawaken combo. And then you go, well, what's the average potency per second of this long sequence of, well, 15 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then Ouroboros takes a little longer, like half a second. Actually, it's a really weird because there's a lot of different GCDs, but you could count it out. How long does that take? And then like average out the potency per second, and then go, well, how much are you getting? But you would need a ludicrous amount of skill speed to do that. And ultimately, that amount of skill speed would be like, it would take away from the 3 other reawakens that you will have, and it will take away from the Vice Winder. Like that, basically, this is what skill speed and spell speed always comes back to. Like this is always what it comes back to. Is it doesn't actually matter that like skill speed could be amazing for a job, but it has to be so good that getting more things is better than getting better things. Because every point of skill speed you're taking is taking damage potential out of what you're getting anyway and putting it into more things. And Viper already has enough things, so Viper doesn't really care about skill speed. Although I have heard like hypothetical cases where it's like, if the fight ends at a specific time, then you could have a specific amount of skill speed to make it so that you end on a reawaken burst, like you finish on Ouroboros or something like that. Like that could be worth it, but it's complicated. And it would be like fight specific and group composition specific. So that's why Viper doesn't like skill speed. A similar yet different reason than Ninja. It's basically Viper has enough as it is. Monk is actually another interesting one, because Monk, despite having the most free GCD reduction of any job in the game, actually wants a little bit more. Your average optimized... I don't have an optimized Monk build. I don't play Monk enough for that. But your average like Monk build is like a GCD of 1.94 or 1.93, depending on your frame rate. I have a video on that. With the Final Fantasy XIV jank. And that's also true, Gleaming. If you actually optimize your rotation for those things, that could change the compositions so that you get it slightly off. It's also a possibility that other players in your group would adjust, and then you would, as a whole combined unit, change the time. But yeah, part of the reason why monks want some skill speed, I believe it's a combination of it allows them to have one more GCD in their burst, and it just so happens to incidentally make it so that your rotation happens to align so that you will typically finish, like you will use, well, Leaping Oppo or Dragon Kick just as you're about to use Riddle of Fire again. Or something like that. I guess it's a little more than that, but it's like, it's something like that. So like, for Monk, it's like something super specific with cooldown timing and stuff like that, and burst optimization. And there's a little bit more to it than that. So monks actually do want some skill speed, and the incredibly funny detail here is that Samurai has choices. Phil sort of pointed this out as well. Phil said Samurai cares because they want to go into their burst windows at a certain point in their rotation. Long story short, I demonstrate this, I talk about this in my Samurai guide. I actually start the like level 100 summary by explaining that there are two different builds. And my guide is on Fast Samurai, which I'm pretty sure my gear doesn't actually have enough skill speed anymore, because you actually need a pretty large amount. But there is Slow Samurai and Fast Samurai. And the origin of this is that the way Samurai is typically played when optimizing, meaning you don't have to do this, right? You don't have to do this. Like, if you're trying to do the maximum possible damage, you might have to do this, but you don't have to do this. Is you have your burst, where you do like your reapply Higanbana, you do your make your Shisui, you do a big burst, lots of damage, use your cooldowns. And then after that, you do like a full 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, use Midara Setsugeka, and then you kinda just sit on this one. You just hold it. And just carry it as you set up another one, like a new 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. And then raid buffs hopefully come out. Like, that'll happen on the even minute, not on the odd minute. But then you throw everything at the wall. Just use everything you have. Just big burst, splat. And then you start again. Build up, Midare, and then you hold the second one. And then you build up again, and then you spend everything. With Fast Samurai, you can exactly do this. Like, as in, you will precisely have built the second Midara Setsugeka as the timing for the raid buffs will come up. Like, completely automatically, assuming that you don't miss a single GCD, it'll come up naturally. For Slow Samurai, or a Fast Samurai where you don't get every GCD exactly as you want it, like maybe the boss forced you away, so you had to use NP. What will happen instead is that you will be like 1 or 2 GCDs behind, so you have to get creative with Make Your Shisui to kind of make it work. Gets a lot more complicated. I think Milo would be better able to explain this, as he mains Slow Samurai. But the long story short is that Samurai cares so much about skill speed that how much skill speed you choose to have has a direct impact on how you play the job, at least optimally, right? But it's not something you have to worry about if you're not optimizing. There you can just go, I think it's funny if I have a crazy amount of skill speed, and that will also work. You can do whatever you want. But Samurai, when optimizing, has 2 different skill speeds, and you know what the funniest part about that is? If I remember correctly, neither of them align with the one monks want. So you can't really... Maybe you can? I think you need like 1 extra gear piece to like adjust between the 2 or something like that for best in slots. Also, hey Judgment Dragon, hope you're doing well. As your Antler says, I often wonder how much of these things the devs actually planned for, or how much of it is just happenstance. That is a good question. That is an excellent question. I would guess you could adjust with monk weapon, right? I don't think that would be enough, because that would be like 2 materia slots. And it might not be optimal. You can't have duplicates of the same gear piece. No, that is correct. DS Museum Pal. DS Museum Pal, sorry. That is correct. Which means that the piece that they have to have different has to be a completely separate piece. As in, maybe one of the gloves have skill speed and crit instead of determination and crit. Or something like that. So that the one that needs more skill speed among the 2 that you're choosing, that's the one that you use those gloves for or something. But aside from that, yeah, you can't have 2 of the same best in slot piece. But to your question, Azure, I would say I think there might be a lot of cases where players just kind of figured it out. An example of that, I would say, is basically in Endwalker. There might be some players that maybe you started in Endwalker, maybe you started in Shadowbreakers even, maybe you started in Dawntrail even. But if you didn't pay attention to like Black Mage optimization in Endwalker, you might have no idea what this is about. Or maybe you've heard of it and been like, what is that? In Endwalker, there was this thing called non-standard Black Mage. So, for those that don't know how Black Mage worked in Endwalker, the key difference between current Black Mage and Endwalker Black Mage, like the most significant difference is that now, when you're in Umbral Ice, casting spells that do ice damage, or Umbral Soul, recovers MP. Like a huge amount of MP. In Endwalker, the way Umbral Ice worked then, thank you, Erdil, was that for each stack of Umbral Ice you had, 1, 2, 3, you recovered 30, 45, and 60% more of your max MP on MP ticks, instead of what we have now. And when I say more, it's because normally on MP ticks, which happen every 3 seconds on like a timer that is nowhere on the screen, it happens exactly on time every time. Even when you can't recover anything, it happens every 3 seconds. You recover 200 MP if you're in combat, 600 if you're not in combat. Black Mages just added 3,000, 4,500, and 6,000 to that, depending on how high in Umbral Ice they were. So the intended behavior of Black Mage in Endwalker was that you used Blizzard 3 to enter Umbral Ice 3, then you used Blizzard 4 to get yourself 3 Umbral Hearts. The thing they do is they make it so that your next 3 fire spells in Astral Fire don't cost double MP for you being in Astral Fire. Ultimately, it means you get 1 extra cast in Astral Fire, that's the long-term effects. And then you use a filler spell. And in Endwalker, Black Mages were gifted Paradox. Is that server ticks? Yes. It's a different server tick, but it's similar to dots. They tick separately. But each character can have their own tick sequence, so one person might not have the same, but if you wipe in a duty, I'm pretty sure everyone's revives with the same tick timer. But it's basically like that. One way you can track it is if you zone into a duty, you can just do this. There the tick happened. Maybe if I do this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. It's just you just look at your HP recovering, that's on that tick. But yeah, there are different types of ticks, so they won't tick all in all together like that. That's just some of the Final Fantasy XIV jank. But because in Endwalker your MP recovered separately from you actually using ice magic, you didn't have to use something like Blizzard 4. And in Endwalker, Black Mages were gifted Paradox. And the way Paradox worked at the time was, in Astral Fire, Paradox just did more damage. It cost the same as a Fire 1. And it did the same as a Fire 1. It had a 40% chance of giving you a Fire Starter. But it did more damage than a Fire 1. Twice as much or something like that. But in Umbral Ice, Paradox was Blizzard 1, except it does more damage. And technically it was free, where Blizzard 1 only was free if you were in Umbral Ice 3. And it was instant, which means that Paradox in Umbral Ice was just amazingly good. It was one of the best spells you had. Not entirely if we're talking raw potency, but it was just an amazingly good button to press. It was above average potency, it didn't cost anything, aside from a Paradox marker that you had to produce, and it was instant. So, non-standard Black Mage basically came into the conclusion that, wait a minute, what if we enter Umbral Ice sometimes without even casting Blizzard 3? We just transpose into Umbral Ice by finishing with an instant spell. And then we use Paradox so we're on Umbral Ice 2. And maybe we use Lucid Dreaming so that we also recover an extra 550 MP. Then we just have to sit in Umbral Ice until we've reached full MP, and while we're there, I don't know, we could refresh our Thunder. We could use a Xenoglossy or something, and then when we're done, we just switch back into Fire. And then, use fire spells again. And the only thing where... Oh, look, there's a bot, I think. Just growing out of the ground. And the only thing you were really losing is that your Astral Fire state would only have 5 Fire Force instead of 6. Something like that. And you can probably see how that's a problem with Dawntrail Black Mage. But basically, this non-standard Black Mage was a more mobile Black Mage because you didn't use Blizzard 4, which is like a cast time spell. You just didn't use it. And you could sometimes transpose back and forth a little bit for a while to move more. Like, non-standard Black Mage was very flexible, but also very complicated. But it did slightly more DPS than standard Black Mage. And we're talking like 2% at peak performance. But the entire premise was you don't use Blizzard 4. Like, that's basically the general idea, is you don't use Blizzard 4. There's more to it than that, but like that's the simplest terms, is you don't use Blizzard 4. I cannot imagine that the developers saw that one coming. Because if they did, then they would have deliberately added an optimal rotation for Black Mage that didn't use one of their, like, essentially like signature spells. Right. C5 4 times 3, maybe an extra one with triple cast and then Despair. That's a good point, Gazel. Thank you. Yes, of course, the Astral Fire timer that you'd need to worry about. But if you have gotten into Black Mage in Dawntrail, you may have heard of things like the, I think I mentioned it in my guide as well, the AF1 F3P standard. That was basically the baby's first non-standard line. But it was so simple and so workable in any rotation as Black Mage that it was considered usable in a standard rotation. And AF1 F3P standard is a lot easier to use now than it was then, because the way it works is you're in Astral Fire. You gain a Fire Starter proc, which you get from Fire 1 with a chance, or you get it guaranteed with Paradox. That's still a non-standard. Yeah, it is technically non-standard, but it is commonly used in a fully standard rotation. So if you have this Firestarter proc, you finish your Astral Fire state, like you have no more MP and you switch to Ice. You don't spend your Firestarter proc, you just hold it. You just keep that instant Fire 3 and just leave Fire. That sounds like a bad idea initially because you don't want to instant cast that when you switch back. But you use Blizzard 3 and you use Blizzard 4 and then you use an instant spell, any instant spell. Like just before you're going to switch back to Fire, you use an instant spell, which could be Paradox. And then instead of casting Fire 3, you use Transpose and then you cast Fire 3. The logic being, the math on it, I should probably not math with nothing on the screen. The math of it is that if you just use the Firestarter proc just outright while you are in Astral Fire 3, then it means that you're getting 180% of a Fire 3. But it also means that when you have to go back into Astral Fire 3 a little bit later, you will use a so-called cold Astral Fire 3, which is only 70% of a Fire 3. Which means that net you get 250% of a Fire 3, which is, about 125% out of each Fire 3. So you get 2 of these. But if you instead use AF1 F3P standard, then you don't get this and you don't get this, but instead you go transpose into Fire 3 with Firestarter, which results in a Fire 3 of 140% power. Which, you know, is more than this. So basically, by using this specific AF1 F3P standard line, you sacrifice one 125% Fire 3 to replace the other with a 140% Fire 3. But the thing is, the cold Fire 3, this one with the 70%, is like way below the average potency of Black Mage. So it's like a really garbage GCD. And sure, 180% Fire 3 is like above average, I would say. Like it's a decent GCD, right? It's okay. It's not worth this. But this is also a decent GCD. And if you have to cast Fire 3 anyway, right? Like if you have to, then that's not the worst. And that's like the kind of logic that goes behind this. And this kind of insane galaxy brain stuff is non-standard Black Mage in a nutshell. And I did mention it in a video recently, but basically, Despair now being instant, basically like pulled the door wide open for non-standard Black Mage again in a different way than it used to be. It's just Despair being instant means you can do so many stupid things. And I'm pretty confident that the things that players discovered within days of Despair becoming instant is something that the developers did not see coming. Like, I don't think so. Because I would guess, I'm sure they don't like just look at it like, well, I think this is the way the players should play the job, and then just only look at that. I'm pretty sure that they do consider what you can do with the job, but I have a feeling that it's a little bit like the if a developer made a bar and then QA tested it, they would test, you know, can I order 1 beer? Can I order 100 beers? Can I order -1 beers? Can I order a decimal beer? Can I order something else? Can I do whatever? And everything works. And then the first actual customer comes in and says, can I use the bathroom? And then the entire bar just explodes. Right, as you enjoy your day, or enjoy your time, and in happy holidays. And hey, Vondi, hope you're doing well. So what I'm getting at is not saying the developers probably didn't think about this at all. It's more, they probably thought, what would be the logical rotation of this job? And then focused on that. Which means when they went, what if we made Despair instant? They probably cared a lot more about the standard Black Mage rotation. The one where you go Blizzard 3, Blizzard 4, Paradox, maybe a Thunder, Fire 3, 3-ish Fire 4s, Paradox, 3-ish Fire 4s, Despair, Flare Star. And then you start again. Maybe you Thunder at some point. Like, the standard rotation, that is probably what they thought about mainly. And they're like, well, if you have Despair being instant, then that's an obvious time to swift cast for Flare Star, which you will be able to do very frequently. Like, that could be the explanation, but I don't think they thought so far as the Black Mage mains did when they found like a quadrillion different lines just because Despair is instant now. And Bondi, I think just give it time. Just give it time. Let's not forget that Endwalker's whole playbook took a while to build, I'm pretty sure. Although it's not as flexible. It's not quite as flexible. But yeah, that is my point, is that the many rotations of Final Fantasy XIV it is very likely that many of them play out in a way that no one had predicted. Standard rotation is fire 4 times 2, Paradox fire 4 times 2, fire 3 proc, fire 4 times 2 despair. That could be. I mean, I get what you mean, yeah. Bondi says the real question is why Square feels the need to prevent fun fringe optimization that gains 1%. Bondi, I think what you should do is take 5 minutes to look at the non-standard rotation from Endwalker, and then take 5 steps away from yourself looking at that, and then look at yourself and recognize that Black Mage was a job that depended on a plugin to optimally use the non-standard rotation, because MP ticks are poorly tracked in the game itself. That's terrible game design, especially in a game where plugins are actually illegal officially. I am almost 100% certain that the primary reason why they changed how Black Mage regenerates MP to the way they do now is because they changed it to something that actually works better for the average player. It might not feel as good at low levels as some people have stated, but the reasons why it doesn't work as well is like, well, I don't have an enemy target and things like that. It happened to kill off a really wacky rotation, but I would also say that, oh look, there was another bot leveling up under the ground. I remember that there was many years ago, I believe it was in A Realm Reborn, Dragoon had an idiotic optimal rotation where you deliberately broke combos, as in you didn't finish your combos correctly. That's basically non-standard Black Mage from Endwalker. It's just that the difference is that because it's Black Mage just goes, I'll just not use Blizzard 4. It's the same as a Dragoon going, I'll just not use Chaos Thrust. The difference is that because Chaos Thrust is designed to go after Disembowel, it sounds stupid when we do that. But because Black Mage has the freedom to do whatever they want, and nothing has to go in a specific order, some players just go, I mean, we could do this. Like, who's going to stop us? No one. I'm just saying, if it had been almost any other job that had this kind of gimmick, you would probably have said, yeah, that's stupid. I'm just saying. It's very easy to take it personal if you focus on the fact that their rework made it so that you can't do the thing that you like to do. But I don't think that they did that deliberately, necessarily, targeting the non-standard rotation. Although Flare Star might be a bigger culprit in that aspect. But I think the thing is, if you look at the non-standard rotation and going, well, I liked not having to use Blizzard 4. The reason why you didn't have to use Blizzard 4 is because Blizzard 4 didn't have a big enough payoff to justify using it, so they added one. And the way it was received was, now I can't use my wacky rotation anymore. Like, I'm just saying, it would, again, if we take the Dragoon line, it would be a little bit like, if, like, I can't remember exactly how that, like, combo breaking rotation of A Realm Reborn was supposed to work, that's not important, but if we go back and say, oh, the rotation involves not using Chaos Thrust, then the players that liked that crazy rotation would be mad when Heavensward came out and they gave you Wheeling Thrust. Like, it's the same. It's just like, oh, well, now we can't not use Chaos Thrust because you added Wheeling Thrust. Like, it's the same thing. It's the same kind of thing. It's just that because it's a job with combos, you're more likely to go, yeah, that is probably pretty stupid. That you have, like, a combo you don't finish. Hey, Mizunagi and Darth and Shaq. Hope you're all doing well. Ham says, does anyone think the paint thinner Pixelmancer was a good thing? My opinion is on the paint thinner thing is I think I kind of brought that across in my how to, like, one change to improve every job is, from my point of view, I think paint thinner Pixelmancer, similar to non-standard Black Mage, highlighted a different problem. And the solution to paint thinner Pixelmancer was sidestepping the problem. What I mean by that is if they had, like, I would say if they actually like, I would be 100% agreeing with Bondi on they deliberately killed non-standard Black Mage and Endwalker. Like, that was their only target. If the only thing they changed about Black Mage for Dawntrail was that they added an effect to Blizzard 4 that says, when you cast this, you can use Fire 4 in your next Astral Fire, like, state. So that they basically go, oh, well, you can't use Fire 4 if you don't use Blizzard 4. Like, it would still give you 3 Umbral Hearts, but it would just also say enables Astral Fire for your next Astral Fire state. Like, that would be basically them going, oh, you don't want to use this spell? You don't want to use this? You don't like it? Well, you have to. You have to use it. What are you gonna do? We just put the required tag on it. What are you gonna do? Now you have to use it. Like, that would be worse than what they actually did to Black Mage. They actually added a reason to use Blizzard 4 by adding Flare Star. Yeah, exactly. Grant 6 stacks of Fire 4 ready. But instead of doing that, they gave you a reason to use it. I feel like the death of Paint Thinner Pictomancer was them basically doing that. They observed that players realized, wait a minute, Thunder in Magenta is kinda bad. Like, relatively speaking, it's kinda bad. Like, that's not in the entire story. But instead of going, maybe there's something missing from Thunder and Magenta, they went, well, you can't not use it. So there. What you gonna do? Like, you can technically, like, Paint Thinner Pictomancer still, like, almost exists. Like, you can technically, quote unquote, do it by, like, doing a Blizzard in Cyan, Stone in Yellow, and then just finding something else to do for 30 seconds. If you can do that, then you can cause Aether Hues to naturally time out. And then you can still do it. You can't hop out of it by, like, right-clicking off Subtractive Palette, but there's still a way. I just think that it's stupid that the solution that they proposed, like, that they added was, oh, you can't right-click them off. Like, it's sidestepping the problem. I also said that in my one change to improve every job video, that they should have changed Thunder and Magenta. They, like, basically, they should have seen players right-clicking off these buffs and thought, oh, something is broken here. We should buff something here. That's some, like, Thunder and Magenta is clearly not good enough. We need to do something. Chili Tater says, and with Paint Thinner, wasn't Water and Blue a better choice? Am I remembering wrong? It's a little more complicated than that, but, like, the absolute basics of the problem is Thunder and Magenta gives you white paint and is a fixed amount of potency better than Water and Blue. The same amount of potency better as Stone and Yellow is better than Aero and Green, and Blue and Blizzard and Cyan is better than Fire and Red. But Thunder and Magenta is like, it basically has that same extra potency, and it gives a white paint just like Water and Blue does, but Water and Blue specifically also gives you palette gauge, and Thunder and Magenta does not. Admittedly, if Thunder and Magenta did that, that would also be stupid, because it would mean that, like, you would basically actually use the Fire and Red combo, like, at most as every second combo, but because you also have subtractive, like you have your Starry Muse that just gives you one on the house, you would use your regular filler combo less than the like improved version, which is silly. So obviously Thunder and Magenta should not give you palette gauge. That admittedly would be silly. Which was why in my video, thank you Aradil, I suggested, what if Thunder and Magenta gave like a little potency boost to your next two filler GCDs? So that like it didn't give that, but it gave you something. Alright, Claude, enjoy your family event and happy holidays. We are up here in Old Grania, all the way up in the north tip. Also, 8-bits, hope you're doing well. And Cyanide. But yeah, I just think that it was silly that it felt like the fix, quote unquote, fix to a potency problem or a design problem was to prevent the players from sidestepping it. I don't think that's the correct solution. It would be like another example of this would be, imagine if the developers saw that players used Shadow of Death twice in the Enshroud to waste time so that they can Enshroud again, like after the first one, to do the double Enshroud burst that they do. And the developers then went, oh, well, I know the solution. You can no longer use Shadow of Death in Enshroud. What are you going to use your time on now? Oh, Harp? Okay, you can't use Harp either. Harvest Moon, okay, you can't use Harvest Moon either. Like they just like close off everything. Like just nope, you can't do that. Or they just straight up go, the cooldown for Enshroud doesn't start before you exit Enshroud. Like the solution to paint thinner Pictomancer felt more like the developers going, no, you can't cheat. You have to do it the way we designed it. Which is a lot worse than what I think Black Mage got dealt. Like that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to get at. Is that's why I'm not a big fan of how they solved paint thinner Pictomancer. Is that the players found a workaround for what you could call an oversight. And instead of fixing the oversight, they just closed that path. Hey, Metaboy, hope you're doing well. Just maybe tie Comet in Black to Thunder and Magenta. That would be something they could do. If they made it so that you have to use Thunder and Magenta to generate the black paint, that could be a thing. That would probably be it. Like if they did that, they just went, oh well, and when you use Thunder and Magenta, that's what gives you the black paint. Then it would certainly uplift and change the way Pictomancer is played somewhat. But it would actually mean, I think, that Thunder and Magenta would no longer be a thing that you want to actively avoid. Ham says, my point was less about the way paint thinner was fixed and more that it is a more recent example of the wrong way to play the job being optimal. Oh yeah, like the reason why I went down that tangent, Ham, was more that, in my opinion, paint thinner Pictomancer is stupid. Like it's straight up, it's stupid. It's really, really dumb, in my opinion. And I think that, the thing is, they didn't need to do that. They just had to make it so that paint thinner Pictomancer wasn't the optimal way to play Pictomancer. Then people would immediately stop doing it. I mean, that's also a thing you could do, Bitsfox, is like make Thunder and Magenta have some sort of interaction with your muses, but the problem there is that you'll probably use motifs and muses more frequently than you'll use Thunder and Magenta, so that might be difficult. And yes, speaking of which, speaking of black paint, I remember when I initially looked into Pictomancer, I was extremely disappointed when I realized that the effect monochrome tones is lying. It's deliberately being inaccurate. Like, as far, like, the way I understood this effect was you use subtractive palette and monochrome tones permanently changes one of your white paint to black paint. And you just have it. Like, you just have that. Like, the way I read Pictomancer initially, I assumed there was like, you can hold 5 paints, and like, you can use Holy in white or Comet in black as you please. And, well, there is that note about Holy and White not being usable while you have monochrome tones, but you get where I'm going with this, hopefully. That you can hold white paints and black paints, but you want to have white paints in stock so you can produce black paints. Like, that makes sense. But then they didn't let you have multiple black paints. I understand why. Like, don't get me wrong, I understand why they did that. But the tooltip is misleading. Like, it might as well just say allows you to spend 1 white paint to use Comet in black instead, because that's technically what it does. Like, that's more accurate than what it says it does. I don't feel like converts 1 stack of white paint into black paint is exactly what it does. Not exactly. Because it doesn't actually convert it. If you right-click off monochrome tones, which you can, by the way, then it turns back into white. It's like it's not actually changing it. Hey Marcus, sounds great. I hope you're doing well. And the reason why they wouldn't let you stack black paint is because anyone who knows about like 2-minute burst optimization would say, if you could hold multiple black paints, how would Pictomancer's burst look? Probably a hammer combo, and Star Prism and Rainbow Drip would be somewhere in there. The way your burst is right now is optimally you start, like you have a Comet in black, and then you have like 2 subtractive palette GCDs and another Comet in black. But if you could just hold black paints, then the 2 subtractive palette GCDs would just also be Comet in black. You just go Comet in black, Comet in black, Comet in black, Comet in black, Star Prism, Rainbow Drip. Yeah, you could also have a Thunder and Magenta, I suppose. Because, like, that's the same damage. But you would essentially go in with 3 black paints. So, like, I see the problem. It's just, it's misleading in a weird way. Why can't you click off dual? Can you not click off dual cast? Really? Huh. Bundy says Thunder and Magenta is long. And no. It's the same, Bundy. Comet in Black has a GCD of 3.3, Thunder and Magenta has a GCD of 3.3. Because the cast time is less than the GCD, the cast attacks doesn't matter. So they're actually the exact same potency per second. You can sprint off to that. That's the weirdest one. But yeah, the optimal Pictomancer burst includes a Stone in Yellow, Thunder in Magenta, 2 Comet in Black. And then, of course, Star Prism, Rainbow Drip, and a Hammer combo. Under Hyperphantasia, use your subtractive palette combos has a GCD of 2.5. I mean, that is entirely irrelevant because the cast time is reduced with the GCD. But yeah, like basically what the important part, Metaboy, is cast attacks. This is something that Pictomancer does not have to deal with because Pictomancer does not have any cast times that are longer than their GCDs. It is a problem that I have demonstrated many times before, and is something that Black Mage primarily has to tussle with. Basically, every time you use a GCD with a cast time, the animation lock, where you can't do anything else, is of course the cast time. But you can start moving again, you know, around half a second before that because of slide casting. But you can't actually do anything else until like 0.1 second after the cast finishes. Which means, for instance, that a spell like Ruin 1 for a Scholar actually takes 1.6 seconds to cast rather than 1.5. That doesn't matter, because unless you have a really high ping, you still have plenty of time to single weave something. But when Black Mage casts Fire 4, the base cast time of 2.8 seconds against the 2.5 second GCD leads to an actual cast time of 2.9 seconds. That's the cast attacks. Which means if the cast time is longer than the GCD, which I think was what Bondi had confused themselves with, then there is a surprise extra cast time that you can easily forget about while you're calculating things. But Pictomancer doesn't have this because they've deliberately made sure that all casts have a shorter cast time than the GCD. This is also something that if you watch my Summoner guide from the very start of Endwalker, because the thing is, I made 2 guides for like low level and high level of every job in Endwalker, because like I remade them. But if you watch the first one that came out like a week after Endwalker's release, it was actually a DPS gain to swift cast Ruby Rite, because Ruby Rite was basically built like Fire 4. Like, from the start, it was 2.8 seconds with a GCD of 2.5. It was essentially Fire 4. So that was a DPS gain. And then shortly after, they changed the GCD to 3 seconds, which is exactly enough that the cast attacks doesn't like get in the way. So it's not a DPS gain to swift cast it. Hey Joshua, hope you're doing well. But yeah, Kat, I don't actually know why you can't click off dualcast. Is there any scenario where it would be beneficial to right-click off dualcast? Why would you want to click off dualcast? Like, that's really weird. Because I think the reason why Pictomancer is still allowed to click off monochrome tones is because you have no reason to. What would happen if Fire 4 were to have a longer recast time like Pictomancer? Well, then it wouldn't be a gain to triple cast Fire 4 anymore. On these, I'm pretty sure they can't click it off. I'll be back. Thank Gyarados. Did you see it? I mean, you cannot click off. You cannot click off hammer. And I don't even think you can click... Now, I didn't test that, so I'm not going to claim that. But I think I might remember that you can't actually click off Hyperphantasia. But the key here is you could have a reason to want to click off striking me, like the hammer time buff. Because let's say the enemy disappears and you can't actually paint a new weapon motif or like hammer motif until the hammer time buff goes away. So if you could just right click off the buff, then you could like redraw quicker. So there could be combat situations where you'd want to do that. But I'm like 90% certain that there is no scenario where you would actually want to click off monochrome tones. For that reason, you can. Go ahead. Why would you? Right? Like, why would you? The only time I've needed to right-click off monochrome tones has been demonstrating that you can right-click off monochrome tones. And in my Pictomancer guide, I actually right-click off monochrome tones in my level, like my level 81 to 90 section of my guide, because there are times where I'm like demonstrating subtractive palette, but like I haven't reached Comet in Black yet, so I just right-click it off. Or rather, I use a macro to turn it off. In that case, Bondi, you were tuning out at the wrong time, because I specifically said that you can't turn off subtractive palette, I'm pretty sure. It's possible, Darth. But isn't it funny how the summoners found a way to flip Swiftcast into damage gain anyway? They just went, oh, well, I could maybe sneak in a Slipstream during cooldowns. Hamzas, if you know that you need Varese at a very specific timing, 2 GSDs in the future, and you have dual cast, you might want to get rid of dual cast so that you can Varese ASAP. I see what you mean. But couldn't you sidestep this by just weaving acceleration then? Or swift cast when you need to erase. I'm pretty sure, like, just counting out the GSDs that you would be able to do that. But it's like a super duper specific timing. Tater says, I miss having just 2 transfers. I feel like Solar Bahamut should have just replaced regular at 100 and also should have been Ramu instead. Oh, why Ramu specifically? It is pretty funny because every time that I feel like every time the idea of how should we improve Summoner comes up, Ramu is like, I feel like at the top of what people want. And I mean, Ramu is super cool. Like, that's not it. It's just, it's really random that it's specifically him. I don't feel like a lot of people are like, oh man, if only we had Leviathan. Or Shiva, even. Like, nope, not interested. It could also be that when we saw the benchmark thing, people saw Necrotize, and it looks vaguely electric. So I think people might have like fallen in love with the idea that we get like electric, like thunder moves, which is like, oh, do we get Ramu? And then we didn't. As always, I wish that Bard's Imperial Arrow had 2 stacks. That would be nice. Like, generally, actually, this was an idea that I had thought about. There was actually something that I didn't really explain it, but in my one change to improve every job, I mentioned something on Dancer about I wanted to make a change so that like they wouldn't be as impeded by skill speed, like in a negative way. But to do that would require a major overhaul of some actual game mechanics. Like, it would be more than just a small change to Dancer. The change I had in mind is vaguely similar to the I believe it was called Pandemic in World of Warcraft. Basically, it's a mechanic that they added to the game. Like, initially Warlocks had it, and then they just thought, this is amazing, we should just give everyone that. And basically the way that it works is that in World of Warcraft retail, when you apply a dot to an enemy, like, the way dots work in World of Warcraft is that the more haste you have, the shorter its duration is, but every time it reaches a breakpoint where there's actually space for one more tick, it'll just, like, expand out and just gain that tick. Some of them will also just, like, do more ticks in the same duration. Like it has changed over the years. Like, they'll be like, oh, it's the same duration every time, but as it reaches the end of its duration, it'll tick for percentage of a tick, depending on your haste. Like, it's changed over the years. It was also a Warlock thing, I remember, Taldemar. Yeah, an Affliction Warlock thing, to be specific. But when you then reapplied your dot, it would take up to 30% of the remaining existing dot and just add to the new applications. Like, if you apply, like, if we took it in Final Fantasy XIV terms, let's say you're a white mage, you use Dia on an enemy, you have 30 seconds of Dia, then Dia goes below 9 seconds left. You reapply Dia while there's 6 seconds left on Dia. It refreshes, and now there's 36 seconds of Dia. And if I remember correctly, it was even more intelligent than that, because the way it worked, or works, is that it grabs the remaining damage of the dot and puts it in. But that doesn't really matter anymore, because Retail WoW does not have dot snapshotting. It had for a while. This is more like possibly relevant for, like, in very specific timings of the game. But basically, just imagine that you just grab what's left of the dot and just shove it into the new dot. The way this relates to what I was talking about is a lot of jobs in Final Fantasy XIV, like, a lot of jobs where you're like, oh man, I wish this action had 2 charges, is because, for instance, with Bard, alright, with Bard, you want to use Imperial Arrow exactly when it's ready. Like, precisely when it's ready. Because its cooldown is so short and its effect is so potent, waiting just a second with Imperial Arrow is painful for your damage. So it needs to go out exactly on time. But if Imperial Arrow had 2 charges, then you would have 15 seconds to find a time to use the charge. But in practice, what would happen is that, like, I mean, outside of bursts, you would just, you know, you use Imperial Arrow where it makes sense, but when you got to your burst, you would want to hold an Imperial Arrow so you have it at the start of the burst. So basically what I'm saying is, while I think most bards would be like, it would be nice to have 2 charges on Imperial Arrow, because of this convenience, it would impact your like, it would vastly improve your DPS in bursts as well. Unintentionally. So my idea would be, and the intent is to make it so that basically the main problem, the biggest problem with skill speed and spell speed to me is if you have skill speed or spell speed on a job, then your GCD will sometimes misalign with the timing of an OGCD that you want to use exactly on cooldown. And that then drifts that cooldown a bit. But what if, when a cooldown readies, it gives you like, I don't know, like 4 or 5 seconds where like it'll just continue to like over time, it'll start the next cooldown? And if you use the cooldown in time, then it'll act like it wasn't interrupted. Like basically, Imperial Arrow readies. You use something else, 2.5-ish seconds pass, Imperial Arrow is still ticking its cooldown. You do a GC and then you weave Imperial Arrow, and because Imperial Arrow at that point has passed like maybe 4 seconds of its cooldown already, it has been ready for 4 seconds, it'll just start its actual cooldown 4 seconds in, because it like takes like the first few seconds of its cooldown. It'll give you a chance to use it without stopping its charge. Like, it would be a little similar to how Black Mage can sit on 3 polyglots and the timer still ticks, and then like every 30 seconds it'll just try to give you a polyglot. If you can't fit one, you don't get one, but if like it'll try to give you one every 30 seconds. It's a little similar to that. But like if we had such a mechanic in Final Fantasy XIV, then a lot of jobs that are like, no, I hate skill speed and spell speed, it's the worst thing, would be okay with it. Like, but it could also completely decimate, not the warrior action, completely destroy how certain jobs work in like a fundamental way by basically trivializing it. Like, to give an example, would they have to change Imperial Arrow's cooldown to 20 seconds? No. Like, just to be clear, Jonathan, my example is all cooldowns get this effect. Like, all cooldowns will just, like, they ready and then they'll take for up to 5 seconds, and if you manage to use them before that 5-second timer, they'll just continue as if you used it on time originally. And exactly, Red Mage would be an excellent example of a job that would just be like, oh, this fundamental interplay of my cooldowns no longer is interesting. Because Flesh and Contra 6, they are a fundamental part of optimizing Red Mage. And the reason for that is that basically you want to use both on cooldown. Like, exactly on cooldown if you can. And to do that, you need to make sure that either you're in the middle of a melee combo or you're using instant spells, but otherwise you need to make sure that you do like a dual cast spell as they become ready so you can weave them. But if this mechanic was implemented, then it wouldn't matter. Like, you just use them when they're ready, like when you're ready. Because 5 seconds of reaction time is exactly the amount of time you would need for Red Mage to no longer see this as a problem. And that would be a little bit of a shame. But for other jobs, it would be really nice. yeah, exactly, Bocage. Like that, the slight GCD misalliance of cooldowns is exactly what would be fixed by this kind of feature. Because it would mean, for instance, that the Dancer doesn't need to worry about using standard step exactly on cooldown. So it doesn't matter if they have a little bit of skill speed. It's okay. They can wait 1 GCD with that. And they can also do that with technical step. Technically, they could. Badum ching. And this would expand to basically all jobs. But some jobs would benefit a little too hard from it. Like, for instance, Red Mage. And that is exactly what I mean, Jonathan. That is also the reason why when I mentioned that, oh, I have a better idea for improving Dancer, but it would be a little bit too big, is exactly because a lot of jobs would be like, oh, that's pretty good. And then there's a few jobs that are like, that kind of makes my rotation uninteresting now. Let's see, Bondi says, game mechanic I didn't even think of until mobile did it was skills that did different things based on how long you held the keybind before releasing. It is an interesting idea. I do recall World of Warcraft actually has played a little bit with that, but not in the way that I guess you're thinking of. I believe Evoker, at least, was released with this kind of mechanic as like a core feature. But the way that it worked is that it wasn't like different effects based on how long you charge it. It was more like, it was basically balanced in such a way that it was like, you don't ever use it with less than maximum charge. And if you think about it for a moment, Bondi, remember, players will optimize it. Let's read what you said. Black Mage Thunder does more damage and hits a wider area based on how long you hold it. Black Mage mains will find out exactly how long is the biggest bang for your buck. And that's what you'll do. And either the answer will be you hold it until it's fully charged and you let go. Or it'll be somewhere something else. And once you figure out what the optimal thing is, you'll just do that every time. Like, I don't want to be like, oh yeah, there's no fun allowed. I'm just saying that it'll be interesting, but you'll quickly find out that there will be a correct answer. And like, people will be like, oh, that's really cool, that's very unique. And then like a few months down the line, players will be like, what's the point of this? We'll just always use it at full charge. Just give it a cast time. And that's also true, Gazel. I think some players expect Red Mage to have res at level 50 even, because Summoner has it at like level 12. You hold it long enough for your lucid dreaming, Six. Yeah, that's true as well, Yannick. If it didn't do enough damage, it'll just become Flamethrower. Nailed it. Yeah, that's the thing. Because there's the healer evoker, because as we said, evoker in World of Warcraft actually has this mechanic. So we've technically already seen it in the wild. Healer will just use the minimally charged version in dungeons. A held attack would work aesthetically on Monk? It could, but it's the same thing, is that it sounds really cool, and like, before you know what's optimal, it'll be very unique and interesting. But once you know what the answer is, you'll just do that. Like, it won't always be that cut and dry. Like, if we look at Monster Hunter for a second, you have things like Greatsword that charges attacks. There are also other weapons that charge attacks sometimes. Because of the way the fights are done, sometimes you just don't have time to fully charge your attack. And then you'll settle for less, and it'll be fine. So, like, there are times where the not fully charged version makes sense. But in, like, this kind of MMO context, I have a feeling that what will happen is more like you'll just not use the charge attack if you don't have time to fully charge it, if fully charge is what you want. Normal cat meow. Math cat mew. Nice. I mean, like, I think it's an interesting idea, Bondi. It's just that we've kind of already seen it in, like, be presented and basically immediately gone, well, there's a correct answer. Exactly, Bokash. Like, that was also kind of what I implied, is that, let's say Thunder did that, you would find out that either maximum charge is always best, or maybe like 66% charge is best, and that's what you'll do. It would function the same at the end, but it adds that ever-elusive flavor and job identity. Well, I think it would make more sense with a spell where you might want to use it frequently. Like, imagine if it was your filler attack. It could also, actually, just as a flexibility option, it could be a way to make it so that black mages could, like, just as an example, maybe it's like, you hold the button, and as you charge, it's like you have the fire button, and as you hold it, like, flips between spells, so it's like, oh, it's fire 1, then it turns into, I don't know, fire 2, maybe, and then it turns into fire 3, and then fire 4, and, like, they could still have their niches, so it's like, you need to hold the button a certain amount of time to reach fire 3. That might not work with the way that Fire 4 is typically shorter than that, but that could be something you would do as well, because it would mean that you would also be able to be like, oh, I need to, like, I have to dodge, and then you just, like, settle for less, and then just dodge, instead of being like, well, I started casting Fire 4, so I have to finish Fire 4. You can just be like, I'll just do a Fire 1, for example. That would, of course, require a different kind of balance, but I think that would be more interesting. Instead of it just being, you know, the more you hold it, the bigger damage it is. It would be like, the more you hold it, it turns into different things. It says, I agree with the flavor point. Besides, if we don't do everything that someone might... What's the point? All jobs will have one skill, and that's true. That is true. The only reason why I went at this with a... We kind of already know how this is going to go, is because we specifically saw Evoker get released with this kind of mechanic as like a core feature, and players just went, oh, this is optimal. Bondi says it would be neat if the person likes it, they play the job, and if the person doesn't, they play another job. You know, that is an interesting thing, Bondi, and I would say that this should be a thing that we should remember more often. Because what I've seen is that players will complain about a thing with a job, and then be mad that it isn't the way that they wanted it, instead of just not playing it. But that is of course a case where the job has already existed. And then it gets changed. So Conscious, I like that Final Fantasy XIV is more willing to put gameplay before job identity. It is difficult there. Because I do feel like this approach can have the effect of some of the jobs just feeling the same, because they might have found like a gameplay design that works really well. Bondi says the frustration a lot of people have is that there is nowhere to go with unique mechanics right now, except now with Black Mage with new non-standard, God bless. Well, I'm just saying, Bondi, that... Like... But, like, even if that's the argument, with Endwalker, people equally complained about Summoner, right? That is justified, like, they reworked the job, and people were mad that the job that they liked basically evaporated. But... I'm just saying that like my joke was coined on what if people just didn't play a job if they don't like it anymore. Like that was the joke. It would be pretty crazy if 8.0 comes out and we realize that many of the things that is in the mobile version is things that they already have cooking for 8.0. Wouldn't that be wild? Cat says I still sometimes complain about Paladin. Yeah. Oh yeah, that one as well. There are a lot of... I feel like there's a surprising amount of Paladin mains that are like... Like, instead of just going, I'll find a different job I enjoy, they will just play Paladin and then be mad that it isn't the Paladin they used to have. Like, it might be a case of, well, it's the second best thing. Like, I don't want to play any other job, so this is the best one. I still like this Paladin better than any other job, but I liked the old Paladin better. Also, hey, Eaterit and Gallic. Hope you're doing well. Bit says, I do find it weird that it's this hard to convince people to try other jobs in the MMO that makes that famously accessible. Yeah, it is quite funny. It is quite funny that I would say, like, I don't have any data to support this claim, admittedly. I would say in World of Warcraft, where most classes have like 3 specializations, players are like, and the average player is more likely to be willing to switch to a different specialization for like, oh, this is better right now, than not. That's not to say that everyone will. I'm just saying that there's a much higher chance that a player would be like, oh, is this specialization optimal right now? Okay, I guess I'll play that. Then they wouldn't. In Final Fantasy XIV, I feel like, yes, there are players that will definitely do that, and there are also players that will be like, well, I have a main in every category. But I also feel like it's a lot less likely that someone would go, oh, this kind, like this specific job in my role is better, I guess I'll play that one. The reason why that's funny to me is that the specializations in World of Warcraft are like unique in a similar way that switching job in Final Fantasy XIV would be. And in Final Fantasy XIV, generally it's easier to do. But I think this is also like a little bit of like speculation, I suppose. In World of Warcraft, I would say that the average player is a lot less attached to the individual character they have. They might have their main, but that for the majority of players, that's just the main for now. It'll change. They'll find a different main. I mean, sure, Bokaj, but that's also the part that some of the people that play Paladin might be like, well, I only like healing. Or I only like tanking. But a large part of those players will also be like, well, I can at least play 2 roles. Things like that. Like, tank mains probably will be like, I guess I can DPS, but it won't be as good as my tanking. And healers might do the same. And a DPS might go, I can, but I don't really want to tank or heal. But that is the same as people playing only DPS and refusing to tank or heal in Final Fantasy XIV, right? But compared to World of Warcraft, where because you can't be everything on one character, so the individual character is something you get slightly less attached to, because you can be everything, you can do everything on just one character on Final Fantasy XIV, players get extremely attached to their character. To the point where players get like it's almost like their persona on the internet in a way, right? Where that's a lot less of a thing with their World of Warcraft character. It might be, but probably not. I guess so, Bokash, but I would also say that in World of Warcraft, because you have to gear up each character individually, it can also be harder to switch class. Years worth of seasonal glams. Oh yeah, that too. I guess World of Warcraft circumvents this because their gear collection system is account-wide. Did you see 14 Mobile has the WoW transmog system? Yes, I did hear about this, Bundy. I have talked about, I think I talked about this on the Discord, maybe not on stream, but part of the problem with implementing a system like that is that if you implement it in a game that is already there, it can be a lot more work because you have to like add all of the things into this system retroactively. Whereas if you make a new game and just add everything from the start into the system, then you don't have to like move things around. Like, that's a lot of things with the mobile version, is that it looks very much like, what if we took like the visual assets of the game and then just wrote the code from the start? Because just everyone will complain about every single feature that it has that is superior to the PC version. You know, Bokash, you're saying the mobile version coming out is going to play out the same. I just want you to know that you can already see in this conversation that we're having right now that this is already happening. People are complaining that the mobile version has a better better glamour system. They're complaining that some of the jobs look more interesting. Like, The game hasn't even come out yet. And that is already happening. I have a similar thing there, Lana. Like, I have two characters on different data centers with the same name, but they don't look the same. My point of view on it is that, I think I said this on Discord as well, is it looks cool, it looks interesting, but it's a mobile game. Like, a few years ago, I did play Genshin Impact when that was new. Oh yeah, look, a bot. I played Genshin Impact when it was new, and the only times that I played it on my phone was if I wanted to, like, do some daily thing before I went to work. Like, I'll just quickly do this thing, and it was always a garbage experience for me. I hated it. Like, it was like, you know, Naruto, where it's like Rock Lee fighting with weights on, and then he like takes them off, and then suddenly he's super speed, right? It feels like that for me to play on a phone. So, like, I see Final Fantasy XIV as a mobile game, and I'm like, it looks good, but I will hate playing it. I will hate playing it. Also that, Shaq, that is also an extremely good point. What will the monetization be? People already have it set up on PC emulators, but can you move with WASD? Can you use your attacks with keybinds, or do you have to click them on the screen? Because I could also go, well, I could just like have, you know, an emulator so that I can, you know, play it on my PC, but it would be basically playing one-handed if you can't move with something like WASD. You can set up specific locations that a keyboard press corresponds to a screen press location. That could work, I guess. Marcus is slightly off topic, but now I'm thinking about how the phone vibrations of each skill will be. Oh yeah, like how the some of the new Dawntrail actions do screen shakes. Like, if they add any of those to the mobile version, they will absolutely just, like, vibrate the phone. I do think it's funny, like, speaking of which, it feels a little strange, or maybe it's just me, but how, like, there are certain attacks that were added in Dawntrail that causes, like, screen shakes. Whereas, like, similarly powerful attacks, not from Dawntrail, does not have screen shakes. Like, they were just not updated retroactively. Like, I think that's a little funny. I think that's a little funny. Must be a warrior thing? No. I mean, warrior also has it. None of my jobs have any screen shakes. Dark Knight's Scarlet Delirium combo has screen shakes, I believe. I think this system has as well. Samurai's Tendo Setsugeka stuff has screen shakes. Everyone knows you have to be above level 90 to shake reality. All of creation, bent to my will. Like now that I'm like put on the spot, I'm actually not sure what attack called Screen Shake. I'm pretty sure Primal Ruination does. I can't remember if Inner Chaos does. But if Inner Chaos does, like you might say, so you're saying that there are actions from before Dawntrail that cause a Screen Shake. No, they reworked Inner Chaos for Dawntrail. Visually. That is actually pretty funny. Before Dawntrail, the way Warrior worked is that, so you first get Inner Beast, then you get Steel Cyclone, and then you get Fell Cleave replacing Inner Beast, and then you get Decimate replacing Steel Cyclone, and then you get Chaotic Cyclone, which is fancier Steel Cyclone, and then you got Inner Chaos, which was fancier Inner Beast. And then in Dawntrail, they were like, shouldn't we just make it into fancier Fell Cleave? Doesn't that make more sense? Isn't that what the players want? And the answer is yes. The answer is yes. Isn't it funny how Dark Knight can be like, it's kind of boring that we just Bloodspiller like 3 times in a row? So they go, how about if we give you a combo? And they still go, I guess it's fine, but there's something else that's missing. That 1-2-3 combo though? Meanwhile, Warriors are like, Fell Cleave, go brrr! Like, I'm just saying, heads would roll if they had made it so Inner Release turned Fell Cleave into some sort of combo. Like, Warriors would probably actually be mad. Unless that combo was like Fell Cleave, Feller Cleave, and Fellest Cleave. And they might still just be like, I liked it better when it was just 3 Fell Cleaves. And yeah, I agree, Yannick. The screen shake stuff that is happening does add a little bit of extra oomph to the attacks. Like, I don't think it's a bad thing. Like, specifically the reason why I'm bringing it up is because I think it's funny that attacks from before Dawntrail that didn't get changed just doesn't have that. Like, you have, like, wouldn't it make sense? I know, like, Ninja's Hyosho Ranryu is, like, a relatively, like, finesse attack. It's not like, oh, kaboom, explosions. It's like, you throw shurikens. But wouldn't it feel more impactful if it did cause some sort of screen shake or something? And the reason why I'm specifically latching onto Hyosho Ranryu as an example is because Hyosho Ranryu is one of the single strongest attacks in the game. I would say something like a Flato's Misery should probably also cause screen shake. Like if we're giving the big attacks of Jobs screen shake, then that should apply to all the big attacks. And yeah, exactly, David. If I remember correctly, like, I did actually math it out, like, briefly. So in Endwalker, like, the end of Endwalker, I made a video mathing out the strongest single hit you can do in, like, a regular duty in Final Fantasy XIV. And if we don't count Blue Mage, because Blue Mage won at, like, as a level 80 against level 90s, Blue Mage still won. With Final Sting. If we don't count Blue Mage, second place was Aflato's Misery, and first place was Hyosho Ranryu. With Pictomancer on the field, I believe Pictomancer is second place. Like a super close second place. But Ninja's still first place. But the thing is, Pictomancer gets two of them. Like, they get Star Prism and Madine. So they go like, ba-bam, with two hands. Whereas Ninja just goes wham with one hand. Single attack, Darth. As in, you do all the prep you want. How big of a damage number can you produce? With one hit. I would say, like, if it's an attack that hits multiple times, I would still count it, but there are no attacks that hit multiple times that were even in the running, so that was an unnecessary consideration. Exactly, Deiru. The only reason why Hyosho Ranryu wins is because Ninja's Kasatsu basically means that Ninja's Hyosho Ranryu just has Maim and Mend. And then they also have Kunai's Bane. Or Trick Attack. And then, like, that's the advantage. Is that, like, basically the competition is really tight because Pictomancer has, you know, Star Prism is 1,400. Because Kasatsu exists, we don't have to add Maim and Mend. We just go Maim and Mend and Kasatsu just even out. Like, they don't count. Pictomancer could use Starry Muse, but I mean, Ninja could also benefit from Starry Muse. So it's like that's not entirely fair, but the point is that Pictomancer has Starry Muse, Ninja has Dokomori. So those also basically cancel each other out. They both add 5% to the total damage. And then Ninja has Kunai's Bane. Which means that Pictomancer basically has 1,400 potency flat. And Ninja has 1,300 plus 10%, which is 1,430. Like, that's as close as it gets. Like, that's what we're talking. Like, extremely close. And that's also the reason why I had to, like, math it again, because I believe White Mage, they did get a buff. I believe Aflatus was 1,320, like 1,320 before Dawntrail. Was it 1260? But they're also really close. Like, if White Mage had a damage buff, they could compete as well. Like, if they had a damage buff of their own, they could probably win it. Like, I'm saying, if Presence of Mind was 10% more damage done, then White Mage would win. Ain't that weird? Over the 94. Yeah, Ilana, but... I meant this. But yeah, they also got a buff in Dawntrail, like with the level 94 trait. That's true. That's true. But like this was what I was thinking of. That they got an extra one. Ooh, 40 potency. And does it all Paladin Blades should screen shake? Yeah, they should. And Valor into Honor should just cause distortions if you weave Honor instantly. It is weird how they made it so that the attacks fit together like they're designed as one attack. Marcus says I can't handle all this potency. Hey, is Bondi still here? I believe Bondi remembers the biggest single potency attack from Heavensward. I think it was like something like 400? 450 maybe? For like a raw potency. 400 potency Death Flare was the biggest potency attack in Heavensward. I mean, Black Mage still had Astral Fire, but... yeah, Summoner. Just consider that for a second. The highest potency, like... The action with the highest listed potency was 400. Whoops. And then you see this. Imagine showing someone in Heavensward, like back when Heavensward was the thing, showing them this. Oh yeah, 400 potency, yeah. Dark Knight can do 380 every 2 GCDs if they want. You don't want to know how strong they get after that. Show the Reaper 1, 2, 3. It just showed them the... Step 1. 400 potency, you say? You mean like this? Wow. I mean, Summoner would have Maim and Mend. And then you have Infernal Slice, which is actually 600. Snake says, I seem to remember that they changed the calculations, so old potencies are not necessarily the same as they are now. I'll try to find it. It's like it's complicated, I think. Like the thing that really affects this is that I don't know if it was like this in Heavensward, but what I know is that for years, the calculation for your auto attack is approximately 30 potency per second. Like it's... like if your swing time is 3 seconds, then your auto attack does 90 potency. Which means that if the highest potency attack in Heavensward was 400 potency, then obviously your auto attack damage was, relatively speaking, a lot more impactful. Now that many jobs, like, it's actually hard to do less than 300 potency with a GCD on single target, your auto attack's a lot less impactful. And even so, melee jobs have a tendency to do like 9 to 10% of their damage as auto attacks. You know what's interesting about that, Bondi, is that I feel like that might not fully be true, but I would say that it is partly true for World of Warcraft as well. That TBC was the thing that, like, really only built on top. And then Wrath started to, like, uplift some things and change some things. Dart says, some people are lazy enough in group content that auto attacks are literally half their damage or more. That is concerning. I don't use the DPS meter, but I don't feel like the average player is that lazy. Like, at least they're clicking something. Like, genuinely, for over half of their damage to be auto attacks. Like, take something like... Well, maybe Viper's a bad example. Let's say you have a ninja only pressing spinning edge and nothing else. That should still be more than... Like, it should still lead to their auto attacks being less than 50%. Like, they have to be really lazy for auto attacks to be more than 50%. That's concerning. But speaking of which, here's a really weird thing that I was thinking of. Is that a relatively common thing I feel with like single player games, I would say, is that players are a lot more likely to be like, play whatever you like, play however you want. It's a single player game, like you do you. Like it doesn't hurt anyone. You do whatever you want. And I mean, if it's like single player game with some sort of multiplayer functionality, usually the players you'll get paired up with are players that have chosen to play with you. So you playing in a weird way is like your team, like your friends signed up for that, right? Like surely they're also doing something like that, right? But I've started to notice more and more this kind of logic in Final Fantasy XIV of let the other players play the way that they want. Don't judge them for that. Don't comment on them playing in a weird way. Which, I mean, on the one hand, if things are fine, is it really a big deal? Like, I'm not, like, specifically what I'm saying is that I'm not trying to go here saying, oh, I should be justified in expecting everyone to play their rotation perfectly. I'm saying it is an MMO, and you playing in an extremely bad way does affect everyone around you, including players that didn't sign up to carry you. And I understand this kind of logic of let each player do their own thing in a single player game. But in a multiplayer game, at least try. Right? At least try. I think it's a little difficult to put it into words what I mean exactly. Poison says, for someone who came from WoW to Final Fantasy XIV, the potency system seems like an unnecessary extra calculation you have to do to know how much damage a spell actually does. I will say, Poison, as someone who also came from World of Warcraft originally, that I learned that I could never trust, once I started to get some talents, what my tooltips actually said. Because a lot of the time it would say it would do one amount of damage, and then I actually press the button and it does a different amount of damage. Because sometimes the tooltips didn't actually account for some talent you had. Which is the reason why I prefer the potency system of Final Fantasy XIV, because in World of Warcraft, like, if I played World of Warcraft Classic, I would look at, like, say, as a warlock, I would be like, oh, Corruption does 40 damage over 12 seconds. Okay. Shadow Ball, incidentally, I looked at this earlier today talking with a friend. Shadow Ball rank 2 does 24 to 31 damage with a 2.2 cast time. In both cases, I will have to then grab a spreadsheet and go, okay, 31 plus 24 divide by 2, so I have the average, then divided by 2.2, that's the DPS it actually does. Corruption, 40 damage over 12 seconds is one thing, but it's a GCD that takes 1.5 seconds. Or if I don't have the talent, it's a 2-second cast. I'm going to take 40 damage divided by 2, that's 20. Right? Like, I have to calculate these things anyway, whereas if I just had potencies, it would be like, well, Corruption does X potency every 3 seconds. Shadowbolt does Y potency. So, like, it depends on what you need. Like, it's not always been that the tooltips are misleading, but a lot of the time they have been misleading over the years. As Taldemar says, they're more accurate now. Which is good. Which is good. But yeah, exactly as Darth says, for me, personally, it's a lot more helpful to have relative numbers. And yeah, then there's pet potency in Final Fantasy XIV, which also sucks. But yeah, the point I was trying to make before was that it feels like we're starting to reach a point where a lot of players, a surprising amount of players, are trying to play Final Fantasy XIV as a single-player game. And they might have a hard time dealing with the fact that it is not a single-player game. And so they get offended when players approach the game as a multiplayer game when they want it to be a single-player game. Not entirely, Bondi. My point exactly hinged on the fact that players are saying, in this duty where you're paired with 3 other players, you shall not comment on the other player's playstyle, even though they're playing completely wrong. Let them do that. In peace. Which, I mean, to one extent, I have advised that you ask if you can give advice, right? But I will also say that it's not super fair to the rest of your team if you go into a duty basically playing with your feet. Notably, playing with your feet with no experience playing with your feet. Because some players might actually, due to a disability, have to play with their feet, and they might be good at it. That's also true, Bokaj. I think it's also because a lot of the players that come to Final Fantasy, the franchise, came into the game franchise because it's a single-player experience. And Final Fantasy 1 through 10 is that. And then 11 isn't. And then 12 and 13 are. And then 14 isn't. And then 15 and 16 are. Also, hey Coco, hope you're doing well. Yeah, see, that is exactly it, Darth. Darth said something to the World of Warcraft thing is with the tooltips, they also still lie to you because they give you the calculated damage and not the damage they will actually do. At least they did last time I played in Shadowlands. You do less damage to bosses, etc. I don't think that's quite the truth. Like, they're not lying to you. It's because World of Warcraft has something that Final Fantasy XIV does not. In Final Fantasy XIV, mobs don't have defense. They don't have armor. They don't have magic resist. They will, like, each mob will take the same damage from your Fire 4, unless they have a special buff that says otherwise. In World of Warcraft, some mobs just have way more armor, so physical attacks do less damage. And some mobs have magic resistance. Or maybe built-in damage reduction. So you read the tooltip and it says, it does like on average 40 damage, and then you throw it at something and it does 30. because that enemy has shadow resistance and they like partly resisted the attack or whatever. Or you use a physical attack that says it'll do 30 damage and then it only does 15 because that enemy has plate armor. And because the tooltip said it would do 1 damage and then it doesn't, you feel tricked. Also, same, Ceres. And also that, Darth, is that it's a lot more obvious if someone is deliberately playing bad than someone who just doesn't know most of the time. Partly because the reasoning is also way different. Yeah, my point with that subject was more that in some ways I would say that this concept that players are playing Final Fantasy XIV like it's a single-player game can sometimes be expanded to even to savage or ultimate levels of difficulty. Not in the way that it's like, I should be allowed to play badly. Rather, in the way that this actually relates a little bit to the whole Pictomancer situation in FRU. You're doing what is essentially the hardest content in the game. And there are, and there always will be, some jobs that are better than others. It makes sense that the other players will expect you to play the strongest jobs in your role, if you can. It sucks that there is an imbalance like that, but it makes sense in Party Finder that the only person that cares that you like Summoner more than Pictomancer is you. Assuming you like Summoner. The rest don't care. You could be an NPC for as far as they're concerned. Feda says, what about cast auto attack damage scaling with mob level? I assumed that was due to some sort of defense. It doesn't scale with mob level, it scales with your level. It scales with your level. If anyone here in this crowd of people that has a level 50 or so, or just level 50 or below Black Mage, just give me a jump if you have Black Mage or Thaumaturge at level 50 or below. Fantastic. How about White Mage? Do you have a caster job at below level 50? Preferably not Summoner or Scholar. Jack says 56. That can work. Can you come to Summerford Farms with me? Just go to Summerford Farms with me. The easiest way to show this is with a demonstration. I mean, that isn't quite what we were going for, Gazel. The demonstration was about level, but that could also work. That's not quite what I was going for. Check, are you coming? Oh, you're not at the PC. No worries, Shaq. So all you have to do is this. Level 100 Black Mage, level 1 Striking Dummy, 1 damage. Level 56 Black Mage, auto attack. 51 damage. 37. 45. 35. I think... I can't remember, did I bring this up in my... Yeah, the bird is also attacking, but I can actually tell who's who, because the bird is doing over 200. And Black Mage can't do over 200 with their auto attacks. The way that it works for us is that... Wait, we also have level 70 doing like 30 damage. The way that it works is that, you know how as you level up, you start to need more of each stat to maintain the same? The easiest way to see this is if you have a lot of spell speed, as you level up, you'll see your G-city become slower and slower because the spell speed you already had is less impactful as you level up. Oh yeah, true. Caetsu is doing over 100 because of strength build. But in the same way, your primary attributes has this effect as well. And for some reason, it seems, strength hasn't been able to keep up for most jobs in the caster category. That's the reason why this happens. That's the reason. It's really weird. And basically, there is no mob in the game that specifically has armor, like physical or magic defense. The closest we get to this is in Boja and Zadna. There are enemies that are resistant to physical damage or magic damage, which basically means they take slightly less damage from that, but it's like a percentage. But it is really weird. And other MMOs usually give the mobs stats of some sort that makes these things make more sense, right? Does this book do more damage than my staff? The weight of the words? Ah. Not to be confused with the weight of the world. Right. I will hop back. But it is really weird. But it does have this effect where it weirdly feels more consistent. Like, even though it has, like, essentially, you can have enemies feel more tanky by just giving them more HP. And imagine for a second, just like, speaking of optimization, with the level of optimization that sometimes happens in Final Fantasy XIV, imagine if there was a boss that just had a crazy amount of physical defense or a crazy amount of magic defense. So you'd have situations where it's like you would see things like, oh yeah, this boss, you should use Warrior and Gunbreaker because they do pure physical damage. Or this boss, it's better to use Paladin and Dark Knight because at least a portion of their damage is magic. that would happen. You'd more likely see double mage comps because they would do, you know, basically pure magic damage. You'd know red mages though because they have physical damage components. With Flesh and Control 6 and things like that. And you'd see, you know, potentially comps with no mages on fights that, like, didn't favor magic. Masked Carnival might have something. But I think that's more like the enemy just has a built-in resistance of some sort. But, like, that's the level optimization that could happen. Could. So it's probably for the best that this doesn't happen. Jose Suzaku Blitz, hope you're doing well. Randomly reminded me of when Paladin couldn't block magic damage and A12S was all magical. Oh, yeah, exactly, good point. And I actually remember that Paladins had trouble on P5S, among others. That is Proto Kabi, because its Tank Buster applied a painful dot. And blocking the attack didn't reduce the damage of the dot. So Paladins were at a disadvantage. The patch that followed after the release of P5S and that raid tier was the patch where Paladin got reworked. And that rework included changing it. So before the rework, for anyone that wasn't there, before the rework, Bulwark wasn't available. Bulwark was removed in Shadowbringers. Before Shadowbringers, Bulwark increased your block rate by 60%. I believe that meant that your block chance went from 30% to 90% with your average shield. Still not 100%. And at that time, in Shadowbringers and a part of Endwalker, Holy Sheltron, well, in Endwalker, Holy Sheltron made it so that you always blocked all attacks. And also for the first 4 seconds, you took 15% less damage. Which is half of the effect Holy Sheltron had. When they reworked the job, they made it so that Holy Sheltron works like this, and then they gave you Bulwark, so that you still have the ability to block attacks on command. Basically because in cases where the Tank Buster had a component that could not be blocked, Paladin was at a catastrophic disadvantage compared to the other tanks. So they basically gave them, I would almost say, the best like damage reduction, short cooldown. Thank you so much, Zago Blitz. I will say I have a feeling that we might be rounding up soon. But thank you so much. It has a cure. My main tank swapped to Dark Knight for A12S from Paladin to deal with it. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That would make sense. Or healing, yes. Well, I mean, Holy Sheltron always had that, at least. But yes. Yes. Like, the thing is, Heart of Corundum is only slightly behind Holy Sheltron, but Holy Sheltron, under optimal circumstances, has a shorter cooldown and potentially 2 charges by design, and it heals for 200, like, actually 100 more potency in total. Like, broadly speaking, Holy Sheltron is slightly better than Heart of Corundum, and, I mean, Dark Knights doesn't compare, and Warriors is... like, it's 19% damage reduction. Like, combined. Whereas Holy Sheltron is, like, 28 rounded up. Like, you can probably see this in our Savage Reclears on streams, that when we take double Tank Busters, Ham, playing Paladin, takes way less damage from things than I do, because I just have to take it with less damage reduction, and the way I usually have to, like, even it out is by Ham helping me. Like, Ham giving me intervention. And like, I can give Nascent Flash, but then I don't have my damage reduction, and Ham can protect both of us. I can't. Like, I have to choose. I can heal both of us. Like, I'm just saying, Paladin is amazingly good at high level. But yeah, like, if you were to look for a place where there's actually, like, elemental resistances and stuff, it would be Masked Carnival. But that's a blue mage thing, like, it makes sense. Like, they will just be like, well, this enemy is weak to fire, so you're, of course, bringing a fire spell, right? It also rarely happens elsewhere. Like, I think I have mentioned before that, which floor is it? The Succubus boss in Palace of the Dead that summons ads. The one that basically is like Palace of the is Hawk Manor Hard Palace of the Dead edition. The zombies in that fight are, for some reason, weak to wind. As in, you are a summoner, you use Emerald Ruin on them, and they take way more damage from that than a fire attack or an unaspected attack. You use Ve'ero as a red mage, and they just implode. They might do that from a thunder as well, to be fair, but... And you use Aero and Green as a Pixelmans, and it just goes splat. I don't know why they're weak to wind, but they are. I just saw Yannick says, why have 2 stats when you can have just HP? Big brain. Exactly. Speaking of, that's actually a pretty funny story. Hey Liv, hope you're doing well. And yes, that is exactly why I introduce my streams like that. Who knows what time it is where you are? When I got into World of Warcraft originally, I was 10 or 11. I think I was 10. Might have been 11. And not super smart on stats in video games. So my favorite stats in World of Warcraft was stamina, because it make HP bigger, and intelligence, because it make MP bigger. It's not too bad if you're playing like a mage and you're leveling, because like the more HP you have, the more hits you can take, like pretty good defensive stat, and the more MP you have, the more spells you can do, and like spell damage rare, right? Like super rare. So exactly, Darth. Eagle was my jam. But my third favorite stat was MP5. Because regening MP while you're fighting, like, that's amazing. Like, that's basically like having more max MP, right? Which meant that most of my gear would be of the Eagle if I could help it. And in TBC, I reached level 60 with a Paladin. I was Protection Paladin. And all of my gear, with the exception of my weapon and my shield, was of the Elder, which is Stamina, Intelligence, and MP5, which would have been better suited for a healer. My attacks did not do a lot of damage. Nice, Yannick. Telemar says, fun trivia. There's a WoW dungeon boss in the current season that for some reason has 0 armor. Physical damage classes just deal plus 30% damage on that one. That is pretty wild. To be fair, prot paladins are the main drinkers in dungeons at the moment. I'm just saying this would be TBC. This would be TBC. It took until Wrath of the Lich King for me to go, wait a minute, and do something else. I realized that attack power, strength, and agility and things like that was really nice. But the funniest thing is that I knew that I should have agility on a rogue back in TBC, because I did have like a level 54 rogue that was not stupidly geared. I guess the reason was that, you know, I could have gear that gave me stamina and agility. And if it had a blue name, like if the item had a blue name, then I would wear it. That was probably good. I'll take that one. It has a blue name. Small guy channel would have been very different. Yeah, it would. It took until Wrath of the Lich King for me to realize that stats worked a little bit differently. And I was tanking in raids and sometimes healing in raids at the age of like 14. 13 or 14. Thereabouts. I think. Maybe 15? So consider that for a second. I'm pretty sure Final Fantasy XIV has an like age restriction of 13. When did intelligence begin to actually give you spell damage? Cataclysm, I believe. Cat says, I had the fortune of playing Diablo before starting WoW, so I was already introduced to stats when I started. Oh, I had already played Diablo too. I also sucked at that. I had played Dungeon Siege, which I also sucked at. But yeah, I thought that was pretty funny in the relation of why would you want any other stat? Just get stamina. Just get more HP. Imagining guys sucking at a video game, I can't see it. Well, I'm glad that you have such faith in me. I'm really bad at shooters. I'm pretty good at aiming. But only if I'm standing still. You can probably see that there's a problem there. Sarah says, when I first played WoW, I didn't understand the difference between green and blue gear. Oh, I'm just saying, Sarah. I don't think I did either. But the blue gear came up less frequently, so it was probably better. Dad says, to be fair, there were raid leaders I've heard stories about that told their MTs to just stack stamina. That was probably Wrath of the Lich King, and if it was, there's a reason. In Wrath of the Lich King, balance was completely... balancing of the game, not the specialization balance from Druid, was completely out of whack. Healers basically had infinite MP if they had geared correctly. And they just spam healed from the start to the end of the fight. As a result, it didn't actually matter how much damage reduction the tank provided. What really mattered was whether they could or could not survive the hit. And because healers were this busted, the way balancing in the raid tiers worked was to some degree that enemies just hit so insanely hard that the safest way to do it was to just have all the tanks be health blobs so that they had enough HP that they could take a few more hits. The funny thing about that was that I, in Wrath of the Lich King, had finally understood that just stacking stamina was not a good idea. So I stacked, like, I picked parry and dodge, and like I wanted higher block chance and stuff like that. I actually didn't like stamina because it doesn't make me better. It just makes me have more HP. It doesn't actually reduce the damage I take. So as long as I'm living the hit, it doesn't do anything. Like, I had already realized that the last point of HP was the only one that mattered. But at that specific point, everyone else had figured out that actually stacking stamina was good again. But like, Wrath of the Lich King gearing was pretty silly. Paladins just stacked intelligence. Like, you would see paladins with 30,000 MP. They, like... The thing is, if I remember correctly, paladins didn't have a talent that made it so that 50% of their MP regen could continue while in combat, which basically all of the other healers had. Paladins were meant to stack MP5 to compensate for that, which is MP regen per 5 seconds. It's like a little bit like piety in a way. But paladins figured out that you could just stack intelligence, and then you would have so much mana that you could literally, genuinely spam Flash of Light, like your main healing spell, from the fight started until it ended without running out of MP. Like, imagine... First of all, imagine that Cure 1 didn't have Free Cure, but was actually good. And now imagine that the prevailing strategy for playing White Mage was spamming Cure 1 for the entire fight. And also you don't have Medica or Medica 2, or Regen. So you just spam Cure 1. Anyone who needs healing, you just use Cure 1. You just spam it. The entire fight. And you will not run out of MP, because you brought like 300,000 MP. You will not run out. There's no chance. Even if you had 0 MP regen, you would not run out. And Druids stacked Spirit, I believe. Priests did too, I think. And Shamans stacked Crit, because they had an ability where whenever they crit healed, they got like MP refund. And then they just spammed Chain Heal, which healed like 3 or 4 players, and each player that got critically healed gave MP refund, so they actually generated MP by healing instead of spending it. And given that they were just spamming Chain Heal the entire fight, they never lost MP. They basically were the reverse of Paladin. They just didn't spend any. Did they remove the ability to use lower rank spells in Wrath? I don't think they removed it, but if I remember correctly, they made it so that most spells had a mana cost that was a percentage of your base MP in Wrath. Which meant that you could use Flash of Light rank 1, like you could do that. It would cost the same as rank 10. And it would suck. But you could do that if you want. Like, if you want to. That's as far as I remember, anyway. Yeah, basically, Marcus, it was like... Every healer had some spell that they just spammed. Like, if you're a priest, you're probably disciplined. And if you're a disciplined priest, you just... bubbled everyone. You just put shields on everyone. Basically, you were a sage exclusively using if creation diagnosis on everyone. Just you get if creation diagnosis, you get diagnosis, you. Just spread it to everyone. That was all you did. And once you had put shields on everyone, you reapplied it to the first player again. Paladin, Flash of Light, with basically a permanent synastry on the tank. Druids probably had a little bit more going on, because they had a few spells that were good. Shamans just spammed Chain Heal. But I mean, it could be worse. You could be a vanilla Frost Mage. Frostbolt! 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 Oh, I'm out of MP. Wand! Want. 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 Oh yeah, generally like vanilla and TBC, I believe it was pretty common for fire mages and maybe even arcane mages in TBC to just have Frostbolt rank 1. Because it slowed about as good as a high rank Frostbolt, but it was faster and cheaper. So it was basically like a way to just like shove a slow on the enemy quickly. Whereas higher ranked Frostbolt had a longer cast time. I mean, you get your best in slot rotation as quickly as you unlock the specialization. Yeah, exactly. Only difference if there's a lot of mobs. Blizzard! But it is pretty funny. If I remember correctly, the main reason why there would be frost mages in raiding in vanilla and TBC was because there were bosses that were immune to fire damage. Imagine Final Fantasy XIV. Imagine if there was ever a boss that was actually immune to something. Like a damage type. It's just, oh yeah, this enemy is immune to fire damage. Pictomanters roll up, fire and red. Summoners, Ifrit. Black mages. And red mages would be like, I guess I won't use the fire, or with the flares also fire, right? Yep. You just have random elements that enemies are immune to. That would suck. And then you just have the ultra jerk move. Oh, this enemy is immune to slashing damage. You know what that means? All tanks. Dink, dink, dink. Paladins just spamming. Whoops, sorry. Just spamming Holy Spirit, hoping to get some damage through. It's like I guess my DPS will be Dragoon and Monk. Or am I my Dark Knight using Bonk Stick? It would be really, really dumb. You can make T2 S balls resistant to slashing, piercing, and magic, but would that reduce the damage to zeros off? Hit me up if you need a Dragoon. That's good to know. I think I've also seen that Milo has dabbled a bit in Dragoon recently. But yeah, exactly. The entirety of Molten Core, the first raid, was just, you can't be a Fire Mage. Or a Destruction Warlock. Like, not really. Well, I guess Destruction Warlock in Vanilla didn't use Incinerate. That wasn't a thing yet. Brilliant says, I'm back. How do I tell my static to stop calling Byakko Extreme easy? We only clear hard content. I'm still working on that one, Ridley, and I regularly have to remind people that just because you beat some content doesn't mean that it is automatically easy as a result. Although Byakko Extreme is probably easy relative to a lot of other hard content. Relative. Yeah, Destruction was just Shadow Bolt spam, yeah, exactly. Wasn't, like, I'm pretty sure Warlock raiding in general was just Shadow Bolt spam. But part of the reason why that was a thing is because in vanilla World of Warcraft, and I believe also in at least some part of Classic, debuff caps meant that you couldn't really do anything else. Like, basically, if you were an Affliction Warlock, you would have to hope that your raid leader would let you be granted a slot to use Corruption on the boss, so you could get the what's called Night Trance. What is it called? Exactly, you were the one Affliction Warlock in the 40-man raid. Like, essentially, imagine everyone, if you haven't played WoW, or Vanilla WoW, or Classic WoW for that matter. In Final Fantasy XIV, we have the problem that there is actually a buff and debuff cap, but it's usually big enough that it usually isn't a problem. Usually. In World of Warcraft, with 40 players, and most classes have many debuffs they can apply, you would almost immediately run out of debuffs if everyone applied things. Like, you would, like, if you were a warrior, if you hadn't already learned to not use Rend once you started getting some gear, you would learn it because people would yell at you because you were wasting debuff slots with Rend. Like, the debuff slots were needed to be, like, I'm just saying, just like how World of Warcraft has, like, buffs to maintain, there were debuffs to maintain. So, like, you would have, like, the Druid putting Mark of the Wild on everyone, giving them a stat boost for 30 minutes. But you would also have a Warlock put Curse of the Elements on an enemy, making elemental damage do more damage. Or elemental spells do more damage. And you would have someone apply some sort of Sunder Armor or something, usually a warrior, to reduce the armor on the enemy. And because you had limited slots, each debuff had to be very strictly decided so that you didn't waste anything. Debuff cap might be the worst mechanic ever thought of. Why? I imagine that, like, usually the debuff cap in games that have them, I feel like they usually are like a power of 2. So it has something to do with, like, bits they decided on. So it's, like, often it's like 8, 16, 32 or something like that. But yeah, basically it's like each debuff is another thing to track. There is a it was actually a problem that World of Warcraft ran into some years ago. I think it was during Battle for Azeroth. That the game started to really chug in raids. Like, not for the individual player, but, like, the server started to lag. A little bit like sometimes if you did hunt trains in Dawntrail at launch where people had nothing better to do, you would have so many people in the same area that even if you had no latency, like you had 20 ms, it would take like 4 seconds for the server to process that you wanted to use Heavy Swing. Because there were so many things happening all at once in this area. I don't think it was the whole server, but the specific area you would be in would start to lag. Preach Gaming, which is like a YouTube channel, made a video talking about this problem. I think it was in BFA. Battle for Azeroth, that he demonstrated it was that the problem was that... So, dot snapshotting is actually, in a way, something that makes it easier to calculate, like less taxing to calculate damage. Because basically, White Mage casts Dia on the enemy. The game rolls dice for how much damage it'll do. And it doesn't have to, like, it checks all the things it has to add, and it can just, like, get that modifier done, and then just roll one die to see how much damage it'll do each time. Like, I don't know how they calculate it. Maybe they already have have rolled how many times it'll crit and everything before before it even takes a single time. But they can calculate all of it right when you cast it. Done. And then it's just a matter of whether the enemy can take damage or not. In World of Warcraft, since Warlords of Draenor, I think, dot snapshotting hasn't been a thing. Which means that if you were a white mage in World of Warcraft, you use Dia on the enemy, it will do more damage while you're benefiting from raid buffs. The moment raid buffs end, the damage would dip. Because it's tracking you real time. Which means every time a tick happens, the game has to go, oh, what buffs do you have? Oh, okay. And then roll on some things. And in BFA, there were a lot of random procs. There's always been a lot of random procs. Like, most characters would have 2 trinkets and maybe some other gear pieces that were like, every time X happens, there's a chance that Y happens. Which could be every time you cast something, there is a chance that something happens. And it basically means that you could have a case like, Preach probably presented it better because he had actual, like, dice, like 6-sided dice or something. So it'd be like, right, so a druid uses Moonfire. It will hit immediately, which you need to roll, and it'll take like 6 times. So that's 7 dice. But each tick has a chance of activating like 5 different things, and each of those things have to be rolled, so there were 7 hits, including the initial hit and all the ticks. So you take those 7 die and multiply them by 6 because there's 5 things that need to be rolled for on each tick. And that was 1 Moonfire, which is like Dia, relatively speaking. It's basically like casting Dia. But you could cast Moonfire on every single enemy in the room. And there could be 5 druids in your raid, all doing that. And it's not the only thing you're doing. Other things are happening. And basically, the conclusion of this demonstration he was making was that he basically like added handfuls of die to the table, just wham, wham. And then he finished by just grabbing the whole crate of dice he had and just dropped it on the table. Because that was the amount of rolls it had to do. And it isn't exactly the same as debuff caps, but it's like, it's in the same area as debuff caps, is that by capping the amount of debuffs an enemy can have, you limit the amount of things that the game has to like check in on every 3 seconds or so. Yeah, exactly, Sarah. There's a particular one in Mr. Pandaria that, like, a giant dinosaur in the north on, I think, called Isle of Giants, where people usually brought, like, 5 full 40-man raids. And the boss had the capacity to kill 20 players or more with a single attack. Fortunately, you could just release and run back, and the graveyard was right next to the boss. So it was like Zabranigan strategies. I'll send wave after wave. It's pretty funny. Yeah, it makes sense to limit them. Like, limit the debuffs. But if you know approximately how many debuffs you expect an enemy to have, then it's probably a good idea to, like, set your limit high enough that it shouldn't be a problem under normal gameplay. Like, I think that's what we're going with. Right? Like, that's the main problem with debuff caps, is when it's so low that you have, like, jobs or specializations that stop working. I don't know how much it matters, but I guess there's also the argument that like in programming, it's usually a good idea to determine how many things can be in an object as you define it. That you don't just keep, like, appending it. It's usually better to be like, okay, I have a set and there can be, like, 64 things in it. or 70 things, or 80 things, whatever. Like, you just give a number so that the computer can allocate the memory and go, alright, here is where we will have that information. But if you keep appending to it, then it's like, well, I already put something else right after. I have to move that. Something like that. Exactly, Darth. So, sometimes with debuff caps, it's likely a case of they just set the number too low. And that's just that. Let's watch out so we don't get limed from all those dicks. Yeah, good call. I also remember, like, my first run-in with the debuff cap limit in Final Fantasy XIV was in Eureka. Like, I played Paladin a lot back in Stormblood, and I learned pretty quickly that there was no point using Goring Blade on the bosses in Eureka. Because it would immediately get pushed out. Because there'd be some summoner going, right, let's see, Bio, Miasma, I'll use Tridisaster that also puts this debuff that makes my Ruin do more damage. Oh wait, it's gone. Like, every summoner had the capacity to take up 3 slots each. And, I mean, Scholars also had Bio and Miasma. And White Mages had Aero 2 and 3. So, like, a lot of jobs had, like, 2 or 3 debuffs that they could maintain over the course of the fight. Like, they could just keep it going. So it ran into problems real fast. But, I realized that we never got around to looking at any clips, but I hope we had some interesting discussions. Not just the same. I did say that it was a possibility we'd look at some clips. But I do think it's sometimes also nice to just have a conversation without anything else. Which I don't think I do that often. Not to this extent. The actual tea time that is just tea time. But yeah, we're closing in on the holidays for those that celebrate it. But I think that'll be it for tonight. So, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream and like other people enjoyed as well. So thank you so much in advance. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link in the chat that Aradil already posted, where you will find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days. I usually update it Sunday or Monday, which means I'll probably do it in a little bit. You'll also find the announcement room with links to videos and streams when I put them out. And if you grab the reminder role in the role assignments room, you'll get a notification when I do post a video or a stream, as well as an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like any of that, there's also a Ko-Fi link in the description and on the channel in general. It all helps support me and the channel so that I can focus on doing things like this with all of you. So thank you so much for the support. But with that said, that'll be all from me. So happy holidays and have a wonderful time to those that might not celebrate holidays like you who also wished good times. Any content plans? Well, there will be videos, Talimar, and I will also stream, but I will not be there the whole week. We'll see. But there will still be videos and everything. But with that said, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye!